talking about today on Daily Blast Live.
An Apple executive gets fired after getting caught making an off-color remark in a TikTok video.
How rich cars play golf.
Should he have been fired for this? Candace Cameron Bure talks about the importance of sex in a marriage, even as you age. But is it normal for intimacy to take a dip the longer you've been together? And Bruce Willis becomes the first actor to sell the rights to his likeness after his retirement. What do you think of Bruce's deepfake twin appearing in future movies?
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No. Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll. Welcome to DBL. Lindsey Granger joining us this Friday, looking fresh and fly. I like it.
Thank you.
All right, so we are going to start with, I know all of our viewers have stories about people that they know out of Florida who are dealing with the devastation caused by Hurricane Ian. Now, part of the state, I should say parts rather, looked like a war zone. Homes completely destroyed and flattened, but there were images of humanity too. The Daytona Beach police shared these pics protecting kids from the storm and carrying them on their backs. Now, we put up a few charities where you can donate money to help with the relief effort. And I think that's what's most important, because when I read your comments yesterday and this morning, everyone felt helpless, felt hopeless, felt like that they couldn't contribute. So we have those, if we could put them up one more time, there's some actionable steps you can take to help the people in Florida. All right, we do want to switch gears and move on to a story that had a lot of us talking and even debating this morning. A top Apple executive is out of a job after he was caught on camera making some off-color comments. So to give you some context, he was approached by a TikTok star who is known for asking people in fancy cars what they do for a living. Take a look.
Good sir, your car's awesome. What do you do for a living?
How rich cars play golf and fondle big-breasted women. But I take weekends and major holidays off.
Okay. That is quite the career. I'm looking to get into that.
Also, if you're interested, I got a hell of a dental plan.
Okay. You do it all. You do it all.
So the executive, Lindsay's laughing. So the executive had been with Apple for 22 years. He apologized to, quote, anyone who was offended by my mistaken attempt at humor. DBL Nation, always want to hear from you. What do you think? Should this Apple executive have been fired? Yes or no? Go to dblvote.com to weigh in. Lindsay, what do you think?
Well, I'm just saying, he was with Apple for 22 years. So, like, what's the conversation where you're going to be like, okay, we're letting you go for this comment? There's no, like, suspension. We've seen people who've done much worse, Erica, get suspended for much less time and get their jobs back. So, you know, it's kind of ridiculous to me. I think his comment was definitely not funny. He should not be a comedian. He should find another career path now that he has to look for a job. But, like, come on now. That's a bit much if you shared 22 years of your life with the company and one TikToker does gotcha and now you're gone.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, this whole last 2 years did clean up some mess that we had here in America, but I think people are tired of it, right? People have their own lives. People say dumb things in their own group of in their small circles, and that's why my circle is so small. Because I make jokes sometimes that if someone came up to me with a camera and I made that joke and then it went national, it's like, why'd you say that? It's like, man, I was just joking. The guy's wearing a British shirt. He couldn't even get out of the car. He's obviously like
that outfit was
goofing around. He's a goofball. So someone came up to him with a camera. I mean, in retrospect, you should have said, get away from me with that camera. I'm an executive, right? Not everyone's perfect.
I think I'm going to infuriate you two even more because, and I'm on both of your sides, and then Erica chime in. So he didn't just invent this. We just found out that he quoted a Dudley Moore movie from 1981 called Arthur. So let's say I'm like quoting like Caddyshack, thinking I'm being funny, trying to be cool to some like young millennial. I sound really old. But then again, then it backfires and I lose my job. I mean, Al Jackson, our co-host, he and I have some very off-color conversations. If those were to get out and people were to misconstrue it, would I lose my job? This is a slippery slope, Erica.
I say that all the time in the group chat. I'm like, what is going on here? Like, are we on the clock or off the clock? Like, because that's the thing. It's the duality of like being friends, but also being coworkers. Like, we actually lived together. Sam and I were taking naps together at one point on the floor of like our green room. Okay, so we're very close. I think
that's in quotes, green room. It was the floor in some room.
It was before the green room was green.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way. Yeah, I think you have to look at the context of how this happened. They were clearly at some social event. I'm not going to speculate that the man was having a happy hour because he seemed to be driving a car, but he seemed like he was happy. Okay. And who knows, like, what the situation was before that. People have asked me before what I do for a living based on me being in a certain place or like in a certain neighborhood. And I never give a direct response. I'm always going to give some response that at the core says, why are you questioning what I do in order to be allowed to be here? So maybe that'll come off color. And that's okay for me, because that's what I'm going to do.
So
Yeah, good.
let me ask you this, Lindsay. Now that we're finding out, especially on Twitter, that this is a direct movie quote, do you think it will change things? Do you think Apple will then backpedal and apologize and rehire him? Or do you think the slippery slope is already paved?
Well, I don't know. It feels like he can almost sue Apple.
Right?
Yeah, this is like, I mean, you're an executive. You lost your, I'm sure he left with some type of package. But like, was he ready to retire? Like, this could cause a lot of issues for Apple, who also didn't want to get Me Too'd as a company. I'm sure they were like, oh no, staying away from this. So I get that decision to protect the bigger company rather than the person. But, it looks like they made a mistake here. And so
let me read a couple tweets, because I
it.
never want us all to be on the same side, right? We always want to present different perspectives. So a lot of people are against him. Okay, Twitter, one user says he should have known better. At that level, you should know that a negative social media can reflect negatively on the company, especially when it's about sexual harassment. And then someone else chimed in, good for Apple, leadership should know better. If you are at an executive level, do you have to watch yourself 24/7, even if you're off the
No,
clock?
you're not allowed to make mistakes or make off-color jokes or quote a movie. How far are we going with this? We've seen in the past, just looking back, so many executives, so many on every level, whether it's this business or other business, cut their nose off to spite their face. I'm going to let this person go because I'm going to be the bigger person and show everybody and show the world and social media that I'm the bigger person. Oh yeah, that person goes on to move on to a better career and say, you know what? I would have never had the guts to leave, but now that you cut me, I'm 10 times more powerful than you are and your whole network, and I'm making more money with nobody telling me what to do or what to say, or I can't say this or have a meeting on the side. I'm going to pack arenas on my own.
And I feel like you should
Maybe I was
know
getting a little
also,
personal there.
Well, it's like, whoa. You should know also when the camera's in your face. Like for me, even if I'm playing, I'll be like, okay, can you stop taking pictures? Like I've told people that before. Like we're done with that. Get the camera out of my face. Even if it's fun for them, it's like I'm done with you recording this. I'm talking to Colin. Like stop. So
Yeah.
that's even on Instagram. It's just like they're just being fun with their story. I'm like, can you delete that because I was talking to Colin in the background.
That's
like,
why
I've
I
had that
don't do social
conversation.
media, because if I say one thing that's quoting a movie, someone's like, hey, what losers you are. Just sitting at home waiting for that gotcha moment. You're a loser. No one tells you that because you're scared of it. You're a loser. Yeah,
I will say that there was a fatal flaw in this story, and the flaw was he said the name of the company that he worked for.
Oh.
Like, I think that's that really was like the nail, but ultimately I don't think what he did was as egregious as like people are coming for him.
All right, good conversation.
That shirt was more offensive than anything.
I believe it was a
so
vest.
intense.
I believe it was a vest, which
Even
makes
worse.
it worse. Okay, let's see what our viewers say. Should the Apple executive have been fired? 88% of you say no. 12% of you say yes. Coming up on DBL, a lot of people are talking about the open door rule that Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher have in their home. We're going to weigh in on whether we think this is a good idea. And Candace Cameron Bure is talking about how important sex is with your partner, even as you age. But is the spark bound to fade the longer you're together?
Closed captioning provided by
Hey, just stop by. We're taking over. We're made of this. We're taking over. You know what time it is. We're taking over.
I had to put my dog down this morning.
Sorry.
What happened? Did you just say what I thought you said?
Yeah.
Oh man, that's the worst. I'm sorry.
How's it going?
No, we know.
Oh,
how
that was
feels.
sorry.
Are you
Yeah.
kidding me? And we're not gonna. Is it okay? Do you feel like? Can we just do? Okay.
Talk about Arthur.
All right. Okay. All right.
Bobby, our
okay.
camera guy, just gave us some bad news.
Yeah,
He's going through some,
and-
which we all have, yeah. But anyways, let's talk about filming, because you brought it up kind of. My friends, even like when I go back home, they joke around. They're like, "What's up, Hollywood?" And they pretend like they're filming. I'm like, "Oh, that's funny." I'm like, "But seriously, is that on? Because turn that off."
Is that Tony that does that?
No, my buddy Vitanton.
Bless you. It's
Wait,
crazy.
how did I
because
say that?
Vitanton.
Yes.
I'll just let that slide.
That's what we call him. His name's Vito Anthony, but his mom used to get mad like in Italian. She'd be like, Vitanton!
Yeah.
So now he's just Vitanton to everybody.
Okay, I like that.
My mom's kind of giggling at home right now.
I
But
just
he
remember
does it
doing
all.
that to my cousin. I was home over the summer and he was like being funny. And I was like, I don't feel like doing this right now. Like, I don't feel like you posting that. He texted me beforehand, can I post this? Because it was like really on the moment of something that had just happened and a lot of people knew about it. And I was like, no, please don't.
Yeah, but it's like, I don't know. It's so weird. That guy didn't mean anything by that. And for him to lose his job
I think
is ridiculous.
this is like the most ridiculous because I think
that's where we're at. That's the repercussions.
I know.
But I do think that the reason why has to do with the fact that he stated, because think about it,
What did he say? I didn't hear that part.
So my understanding was that he said he worked for Apple.
He said like I'm an Apple executive. Found it. Yeah, I don't think he did, Erica. Yeah. I don't think he did.
He said, "What do you do for a living?"
I watched the whole TikTok.
Because they said, "What do you do for a living?" And he made that. He said that quote.
He never mentioned that.
And he goes, "And then I also have a good healthcare." Yeah. So he didn't even say anything.
I like that. Welcome back. Candace Cameron Bure is once again dishing on her sex life. So speaking on Maya and Bialik's podcast, Candace said she and her husband of 26 years realized the importance of having a healthy sex life, but says sex within marriage gets a bad rap. Have a listen.
You know, when we look at it from our culture and society today, it's always like, oh, you're married, 10 years. When was the last time you had sex? That's like always the joke. Right. And it can be funny, like, and I can roll with it, but I do think it's important to share what a healthy sex life within marriage can be, just in saying like that's important.
She does not age. Maybe it's the good sex.
She does look exactly the same.
She does, right? Okay, so what do we think about this? You've been married for quite a long time. What are you thinking?
Erica has a really good answer. I agree with everything you say, but to kind of touch on that, I don't feel the need to express my sex life on television. One, I don't care. But two, my wife doesn't like it. She's very private about that, things like that. So when you have little things, you're uncomfortable. It's like, I don't need to share my sex life with everybody. We have fun. We get after it. It's all good. Do you know what I'm saying? No, I'm not. But I'm not saying like there's inflatable seahorses in our bed. You know what I mean? It's like I don't need to share details of what's going on. So it's like the people who share, I feel like just want some attention in some sort of way. So it's like, I don't know.
See, I don't think that marital sex should have any rep. It's a bad, good, any, because I think about it in terms of like my friend circle. Like I have friends who are single and they're actively dating and they'll start talking about, more intimate details. But when the conversation is turned to me, I'm like, oh no, you're talking about dudes that you're with who are for the streets. Like my husband is not for the streets. Like, so the issue is like, because if I found out that my husband was having very intimate, like giving intimate details of what we were doing in our bedroom, I would have a problem with that. We would have a problem because to me, it just seems as though that's the most, like, we've made this decision to get married. That locks down. I don't need everybody to know, or should I care if people are thinking we're doing something or we're not? Now, we'll say things on the show, like little innuendo things, but like to actually get into X's and O's, that's super weird that you're so offended that someone feels some type of way about you having sex or not. That's weird.
And we were talking about it in the studio earlier that Candace Cameron Bure is always talking about her sex life with her husband.
She is.
And so it's kind of like Jeff was saying, at some point I stopped believing you because sometimes you kind of just see the vibe, like Idris and Sabrina Elba. Like, I don't know what's going on over there, but they have a little energy that comes off the screen.
Yes.
And so I can tell, you don't need to tell me that they're having sex, so we get it. And so I'm not married, so I don't know. I mean, Kyle and I haven't crossed that bridge, but when we do, I'm sure we'll sort it out on our own and not worry about what
you're in a lockdown situation.
Yeah, you are.
You're common law.
I really quickly, there was another beat, but we still have like another 30 seconds.
What are you smirking at? What were you laughing at?
I always get uncomfortable. I don't know why.
But do you feel that way too? Like you don't need to share every detail?
Yeah, I feel it's very sacred to me. That's between my husband and I in our bedroom. And yes, I'll drop innuendos and try and be funny on TV. But at the end of the day, like I get very uncomfortable about it because that's between us.
Well,
so.
it's your, it's like, it is your sacred place. And I think especially when you're in a committed relationship like that, like marriage, that is the highest level of trust. So the intimacy, regardless if it's physicality or mental, that is the most sacred. It's the highest level.
It also boils down to you told me all this stuff and now I got to look at your husband and you in the face together when I see y'all. And I'm not trying to think about that. Like, I didn't need to know.
Yeah, I'm thinking about inflatable seahorses.
Yeah, like I don't need to think about anything that happens beyond our friendship.
Inflatable. I don't know where that came from.
That's what you said. Inflatable seahorses.
Listen, the hamster just runs. I'm just a vessel.
Coming up on DBL, Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher say they have an open door policy, but it's not what you may think. We'll tell you what it means coming up next.
Suffer from pain?
Some of the images out of Florida this week have been hard to believe, and some you shouldn't believe. So let's look at some of the wildest viral posts we're seeing online, digging into the details using these sources. We're going to start with a classic hurricane hoax. Pictures like this one, this tweet showing a shark on a highway, or so it says. It's gotten nearly 45,000 retweets, 477,000 likes, and that's just this time around. Turns out that this is the same photo that was shared during at least 3 previous major hurricanes, but it turns out it's actually from a 2005 issue of Africa Geographic magazine. This photo spread right here, edited to look like it actually happened on an interstate. Okay, how about this video right here with more than 200,000 views showing people partying on a balcony, supposedly during Ian's lightning strikes.
Something's on fire!
Now, we were able to find exactly where this video was taken in Fort Myers, which is near where Hurricane Ian made landfall, but it's an old video posted to both Imager and TikTok months ago, not during the hurricane. And here's another video showing a massive seal scooting along the sidewalk, supposedly in Florida. More than 15 million people have watched this video, which was actually taken in 2020 in a coastal town in southern Chile. Don't worry, according to an Argentinian news outlet that reported the story at the time, the Chilean Navy and local community helped the seal get back to sea. Check out this photo of a flock of flamingos hanging out in a bathroom hunkered down for the storm. It turns out this one is real. The flamingos live at Sunken Gardens Park in St. Petersburg, Florida. They shared the photo from their official account to let people know the flamingos were having a hurricane party in the bathroom, eating, drinking, and dancing. Sounds like a good way to ride out a storm to me. If you have something you want us to verify, send it our way. With your Verify, I'm Abby Larico.
Cool camera shot. Rob, welcome back to DBL. The rules in people's homes vary. Some homes have a shoes-off policy, and Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher have a rule that might actually surprise you. They have an open door policy. Take a look.
Our doors are always open in our house. We have no closed doors in our house. That includes the bathroom. It's just one of those where, for better or for worse, as a family and the kids have all kind of embodied bodily function as a very standard norm.
So, do you use the bathroom?
Sam's uncomfortable again.
No, I'm not. 'Cause in my house, okay, so Lindsay, you shook your head.
Because why is every time we talk about these two, it's something that's gross? Like, it doesn't have to be this way. Like, you don't have to. I don't take baths every week.
Oh, that's their best friends, Dax and Kristen, that didn't take baths every week.
But they got in the conversation, didn't they?
Yeah, they agreed.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, all I'm saying is musty smells coming out the bathroom, musty, no bath. Like, why would you want to be known as the musty celebrities? Like, I'm good. The door is being closed. I'm sorry.
So
like, Colin and I have separate bathrooms. Like, don't even come over here. I won't go over there. This is how you keep the peace.
What about with Kinsley, though?
No, I'm going to teach her how to use the bathroom, but I'm not going to marinate in there.
Does she go in there while you're in there?
Yeah, I can't control that. Like, either she goes down the steps or in the bathroom. I gotta let her be where I'm at. But I try to like close it, and then she like pushes it open.
Because then Mila did go on and said she keeps the door open because the kids just barge in anyways. So for Mila, it's like whatever. It's just the door doesn't exist with me as the mom. What do you think?
So me and my wife met on a show called Big Brother. If you don't know, I'm sure people know. But there's one bathroom in there for 14 people.
Ew.
It's a part of the game nobody really talks about.
What?
So you got to get over. Yeah, there's one bathroom, and you live in a house. You got to clean it. The house people. That's part of the thing. Like you don't clean up after yourself, you know. So you catch people in there. You kind of get comfortable with everybody. I don't need to go into details, but we have an open door policy in our house like that. The kids running in and out, it doesn't really matter. But now kids and neighbors are starting to come over. So now I'm extra cautious, like you got to close all the doors because even if you're taking a shower, someone runs in on you, guess what? It's not a good situation, right? So I'm extra careful. Yeah.
Okay, so really quick.
Got real serious in here.
Of what?
Everyone got quiet. I don't do that. Everyone relax.
So wait, Erica,
I never thought of that.
This has been an ongoing debate for weeks here behind the scenes at DBL. The Wall Street Journal has identified a new generational divide. So get this, most millennials, Erica, don't use a top sheet on their bed. But most Americans 55 and older feel that the top sheet is absolutely essential. So we want to know, and you can go back to the open door policy too. These are two things that are debatable, but do you use a top sheet or not? Erica, your face is telling me something.
I absolutely use a top sheet. It is necessary. Also, you close the door because of plumes, okay? You don't.
What?
Plumes. When you
plumes of smoke?
The toilet. Not smoke.
Oh, like
not smoke.
I thought you meant like
plumes of whatever's in the toilet, okay? It's a big cloud that goes everywhere, and now you have your guest bathroom that's connected to your kitchen, and you got plumes. The plumes need to stop at the door. Secondly, a top sheet is essential because now you're protecting all of your oils and your pieces of skin that are flaking off from your duvet, which then can be washed separately. So I don't like to wash my duvet as much as I change my sheets because I change my sheets twice a week. Then you have to change the duvet twice a week. A lot of people have to dry clean their duvet. That seems like a lot of work to not just put the sheet on the bed.
Colin hates sleeping underneath that top sheet, and so we sleep in like a U, or what do you call it, like a wave every night. Like I'm always under that sheet, and he's always on top of it, and so it's always just this awkward, like, oh my God, like, because I'm like tight down if it's a certain level. Like he refuses to get under the sheet. I don't get it. It's so annoying, but it's like one of those things like, okay, I'll
But you
take
still
it.
put the top sheet on the bed.
Yeah,
Yes.
my mom is old school.
Yes.
That's just how I was raised. At a
Same.
hotel, especially,
Oh,
like
yeah.
you cannot let that top duvet touch you at all.
Ew, no, you.
Well, in my house you can,
Yeah,
but not
hotel.
in a hotel.
I'm going to go against the grain. I hate the top sheet.
Why?
Like despise it to the point where I'm angry about it.
See, you're like
will not
Colin.
touch the bed. When I go to a hotel, I rip that thing off right
So
away.
what do you use, the duvet?
Yeah. I don't
Duvet on body?
Dude, I get caught up. I move around and I get caught up in a knot.
Duvet on body.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You know how many people
Wash it.
Well, I do other things in there that probably I shouldn't.
What?
I don't even know what that means.
Don't you feel a little bit more free in a hotel room?
No, I'm the opposite.
It is
in a hotel room.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, okay, first of all, we talk about two different things now. Two different things. But you have to, where's your protection? Like in Jay. Well, I meant against
For the sheets.
for the comforter.
Yeah.
We got monkeypox.
I get all wrapped up and then I wake up and I'm in a knot.
But you can also untuck
No, I'm
it
wrapped
from the
up
sides.
in the stupid sheet.
I know, but you can untuck it out of the sides
No,
and just let
I'm out.
it flow over
I think you just need to change the material.
I was
going
to say that. He doesn't have the right.
Yes.
I'll die.
Try the bamboo.
You'll die?
I'll die on this hill.
No, you won't.
Yeah, I will.
We're going to pitch in.
I'm never doing it.
It's not right, Jeff.
Deal Blast, we're going to give you some sheets.
They're going to be blankets.
We'll be right back.
Isn't that a sheet? They're going to be blankets?
Promotional consideration is brought to you by...
And aid starts now for areas in Southwest Florida. Disasters can happen everywhere, but it's the recovery part that can take a long time. So we wanted to look into assistance and who is eligible. For these questions, we went straight to the Federal Emergency Management Agency, also known as FEMA. The first question, if you're a renter, can you get assistance from FEMA? According to their website, Fema Assistance is not just for homeowners. FEMA may provide help to renters who lost personal property or were displaced. So we can verify that yes, you can get help from FEMA if you are a renter. The next question, if there are other family members or roommates living in your home, can everyone get assistance? FEMA says they evaluate the needs of eligible survivors on a case-by-case basis, but are committed to giving each individual survivor help. They also say it's important for homeowners to tell them all the needs of each member in the household, whether they're related or not. So we can verify that yes, it is possible for roommates or family members to also receive aid, but this is of course on a case-by-case basis. The final question, if you apply, will this assistance affect Social Security benefits, taxes, food stamps, or Medicaid? According to FEMA, the assistance is not considered taxable income and will also not affect benefits from other federal programs. So we can verify that no, it will not affect your taxes or any other federal programs. You can apply for disaster relief through FEMA. We have a link right on our website, WCNC.com. With your Verify, I'm Megan Bragg. The post on Facebook gives a warning to dog owners, saying the plug-in oil diffusers are unsafe for dogs and got one of her pups very sick. So are oil diffusers unsafe for your pets to smell? To get answers, we went to veterinarian specialist Fred Winninger at Charlotte Animal Referral Emergency and Animal Poison Control. Though these plug-ins and diffusers can smell lovely, Dr. Winninger says they can be dangerous for your pets if they ingest the oils.
The primary concern for dogs and cats is not as much inhaling these oils, which can be mildly irritating, as opposed to getting them on their skin or ingesting them, especially in their most concentrated forms.
Dr. Winninger says if they ingest the oil, it could lead to vomiting, diarrhea, and depending on how much your pet consumes, liver failure. He says some oils are worse for pets than others.
And the ones we worry about most are things like tea tree, pennyroyal, wintergreen, and pine oils. And they can cause varying degrees of problems.
Animal Poison Control and Dr. Winninger both tell us there really is no harm if dogs or cats can smell the diffusers, so you don't have to throw it out, but make sure to keep it in a place they can't get to it. Animal Poison Control says if you notice your pet is coughing while the diffuser is running, you may want to get rid of it and light a candle instead.
The candles are not going to be nearly as dangerous as the nebulizers or the aerosolizers because they create oil microdroplets which can land on the skin.
So we can verify in most cases oil diffusers are not dangerous for pets if they smell it. However, it can be dangerous if it gets on their skin or they ingest it. With your Verify, I'm Megan Bragg.
Oh, we have so many Jeff comments. Marquita says Jeff is off the rails today.
Listen, there's 3 sheets in the bed, okay, or in a hotel room.
Bed.
And I sleep in the middle one.
No, don't make it right.
Yeah, don't. Exactly. Oh, somebody just said you don't know what happened on that duvet, Jeff. Yuck.
Yeah, that's what I tell the next person.
Okay. If you're leaving us, you can watch the second half of the show online. Watch on YouTube, dailyblastlive.com, or our DBL mobile app. But if you get the second half of the show where you are, here is what's ahead. Bruce Willis decides to sell his likeness to a deepfake company. What do you think about being a digital double of the actor on screen? And Trevor Noah is leaving The Daily Show after 7 years. Are ratings to blame?
We have checked several claims in this long post, and now we're getting to these final claims, all relating to aspirin. So let's verify. Our sources, cardiologist Dr. Pyle Coley and Johns Hopkins Medicine. The claim, if you take aspirin every day, it's best to take it at night. We all know aspirin is a pain reliever, but what does it actually do? Johns Hopkins Medicine explains in addition to relieving pain, lowering fever, and reducing inflammation, aspirin can be used to prevent blood clots from forming by separating platelets. So many people take aspirin daily to prevent heart attacks, but is taking it at night better?
I don't think the data is compelling to take it at night. And I tell my patients to take it whenever they're actually going to remember to take it.
Dr. Coley says although some studies suggest taking it at night is better, the effects of aspirin that prevent blood clots can last for days.
The aspirin itself is gone from your system within some minutes or hours. The effects can last up to 10 days at until the platelets turn over and become new.
She says, of course, if you're feeling pain or have a fever, pop some aspirin. But there are some downsides to taking it at night.
Now, one of the downsides of taking aspirin at night is that aspirin can cause irritation in the lining of the stomach. It can cause gastritis or gastric inflammation.
Coley tells us if you take aspirin every day, it's best to take it at whatever time is easiest for you to remember. So we can verify that no, it's not best to take aspirin at night. Coley says either way, it will work. But do as your doctor prescribes. With your Verify, I'm Megan Bragg.
Is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No. Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll. Welcome to DBL. Lindsay Granger joining us. Good to have you here. All right, so Trevor Noah is ending his run on The Daily Show. Say it isn't so. He made the announcement last night. Take a look.
I realized that after the 7 years, my time is up. Yeah, but in the most beautiful way. Honestly, I've loved hosting this show, but after 7 years, I feel like it's time.
Wow. So Trevor says he's leaving the show because he wants to get back to stand-up. But some people say that it's the ratings to blame. If you look back, it looks like that Jon Stewart had a 1,700,000 viewers. I'm just trying to break it down layman's terms because in TV industry talk, we would say like a 1.7 or a 0.8.
In English, too, you'd say
And compared to Trevor Noah's 800,000. But then again, like, back then with Jon Stewart, people were watching a lot more as opposed to people are looking at more clips with Trevor Noah on social.
Well, also think about the climate of society, especially when it comes to political banter, political like pundits and stuff. Like, people are way more divided now than they were 7 years ago. I mean, there were probably people who considered themselves on one side of the aisle than what Jon Stewart was, but still watched him. Now we're like, if you're this, you're going this way. If you're that, you're going that way. So that's really comparing apples and oranges. But also, like, it really touched me because I was thinking about the fact that we have each other, especially over the past few years, and how much he talked about, being in his house for 2 years and, all of the things that were going on in terms of social justice. And that was like impacting us in real time as much as it was impacting our audience. We were going through it together. So to be the only forward-facing person in that production, that had to have probably taken a toll double than what a normal run would have been.
And I think that he transcends television because of his 11 million plus Twitter followers, his 8 million plus Instagram followers. I think that he's just somebody who's beloved in South Africa. He talked about in his goodbye yesterday, people in India knew who he was and he was surprised. And so this is when you talk about just traditional television doesn't have to be the only way that you can translate through to other people. And I think that he's mastered that and taken The Daily Show because of that to a whole new level and brought it to a whole new audience in ways that Jon Stewart wasn't even able to because 7 years ago, social media was not as impactful as it is today.
Very well said. Who do you think will replace him? Or do you think The Daily Show is on its way out?
I don't know. I think things are changing, right? Because of this whole cancel culture thing, people were canceled and then realized that they don't need the network to be successful. He doesn't need the network to be successful. He's popular worldwide. He has 11 million followers. If he wants to go around the world and sell out arenas with his stand-up, he can. And he can tell the jokes that he wants to tell. He doesn't need a network telling him, you can't say this or don't say this or you better say this or you better do that. No. He could start a podcast and tour the world and make twice as much money and be his own boss without people telling him what to do. And I think that's where entertainment's going. I do like my job, though.
My mom has a theory that's not proven at all by any news source. She says that he's going to The Late Show because James Corden's leaving and he's going to take that job. And I think they're under the same umbrella.
What if your mom is right?
If she is, I don't know what her source was.
Hey,
but
Trevor Noah in the Late Show
That would be good.
Good. All right, let's put it out there. Mama Granger. Okay. All right, Bruce Willis is unretiring. Well, sort of. The actor retired last year after his aphasia diagnosis, but he just sold his image rights to an AI company. Here's a look at his digital twin. Okay, I'm going to pause and look at that. Wow. All right. So, which was used in a commercial last summer. Bruce is the first celeb to sell his face. But earlier this week, we told you about James Earl Jones, who agreed to AI so his Darth Vader voice can live on, obviously selling it. I mean, we don't know what that number is, but he's not just going to be like, yeah, you can use my voice.
Yeah, anytime.
Right, right. So do you think this is the future, that all of a sudden actors aren't going to be able to really have onus on their own face, or do you think that this will I didn't sleep at all last night with a sick baby.
Oh, no.
Sorry, I'm not formulating my thoughts, or do you think that we will, to Jeff's point always, that the pendulum has swung too far and we'll get back to where we are?
Well, I hate this just because it freaks me out. It reminds me of like a Black Mirror episode.
Yes.
But I do like that you have autonomy over your character that can live on when you want to retire. And his estate, both of their estates probably can make money and decide what the fee is for using their likeness. But I also think about like being a grandma, my grandma mind, in the grocery store. I'm like, oh my God, the machines are taking over for the people jobs.
No.
And I'm thinking about the actors that actually can act. Like Al said to me earlier, like we have Denzel Washington because Sidney Poitier opened the door for him. But if we kept using Sidney Poitier in every movie, maybe we don't need Denzel because he was an amazing actor.
Wow, that's powerful.
Yeah, it is, and it kind of goes to my point because I like this and I don't, right? On the one hand, I forgot what I was going to say now.
Did you not sleep last night?
No, I totally did. I totally did.
Erica?
I can't talk normally. I'm better when I'm angry about something. No, so on the one hand, like I would love this because I'd love to go to a Bob Marley concert, right? I'd love to see Bob Marley and do the whole show. I forgot what my other point was. I had both sides. You guys remember what I said?
I have a question, though, for all of you. Do you think there's stipulations? Like, you can use my likeness, but you cannot use it for X, Y, and Z.
Of course. I think that we're thinking of this a little too all or nothing. And really, we've seen these things happen over the course of our entire lifetime as technology gets better and better. I think about how I entered this industry as a radio host, and there was this was in the early 2000s, and everyone would call this DJ Killer 2000. It was the idea that you would take one voice, one person, and put it into all these different markets. And they thought that would mean the end of having any live hosts in studios. Now, are there far fewer jobs? Absolutely, but there's still live hosts in studios. There's a fusion of both. So I think that there is room for this new technology to come in. And who knows as well, like people evolve and thoughts evolve. So the idea that Sidney Poitier, just to use that as an example, would then go on to be the only Black actor for the next 500 years is a little ridiculous, because 500 years from now, people are going to be like, that's not even representative. Lord, what's wrong with all of us? Representative of our humanity. Is it happy hour yet?
We should start. Maybe we should start. Maybe
Wait, Jeff, you got your thought back.
I got my point. The point I was going to make is I don't like it oversaturated like that. Could you imagine like James Bond at some point, you see each of the James Bonds in the movie, like you go back, that'd be cool. Or every Batman somehow appears in a new Batman movie. I like those little cameo appearances. This wasn't worth waiting for?
Yeah, I don't know.
All right, let's just.
I'll meet you at the bar.
We got 25 minutes.
I can't. Okay. Jessica Simpson is opening up about the one moment that defined her entire life, in her words, and the piece of advice she received from a Hollywood icon. Take a look.
Linda Carter warned me on the set of Dukes of Hazzard. She was like, I will always be Wonder Woman and compared to Wonder Woman, and that's what you're doing here as Daisy Duke. I decided, okay, everybody's gonna talk about my weight all the time. I might as well make money off of it and turn it into a business of selling clothes and acceptance.
In case you don't remember, Jessica played the character Daisy Duke in the Dukes of Hazzard movie back in 2005. Is it fair to compare these women to one character? Is that how you see Jessica Simpson, as Dukes of... I don't even think of her as that. I think of her as a girl boss. She's a billion-dollar company.
That's what I said. It didn't really hinder her in any way. She's a billionaire. But also, I think that sometimes we put so much, or I can speak for myself, on one decision, like, it's going to change my life. And I know the anxiety in that. And sometimes it could if it's a horrible decision or a great one. But most of the time, decisions are somewhere in in the middle, and like you can go on and decide how your life goes after that because we all have autonomy over our futures. And so I think that she made one decision, but then she went on to do many other things. She did her reality show. I think that would be more impactful to me with that can of tuna or chicken of the sea, whatever.
yeah.
That moment to me is her whole entire career versus this Dukes of Hazzards. I forgot about that movie.
That's a good point. I think leaning into anything, right? Whether it be good or bad, if you just accept it, like Bad Chad. You lean into being Bad Chad.
Tell them who Bad Chad is.
I don't
Bad Chad's from The Bachelor. Or just, if you don't know who Bad Chad is, just take any villain type on any reality show. Lean into that a little bit. I was on a show with a guy who's a wrestler now, and he was kind of like the bad guy.
Was he the one that Jordan chest bumped?
That was a different guy. But again, I don't mean to bring it up. I'm just saying, like, if you lean into that, you could capitalize. Not saying she kind of did with the chicken of the sea thing. She leaned into that, and now look at her. It just, you evolve into something else. But lean into it. Doesn't always have to be a bad thing.
You need to lean into it?
Yeah, lean into it.
That's like, what's a book called Lean In? All about, never mind. Go ahead, Erica.
Good luck, Erica.
It also comes at a cost because we can look at this and the fact that, obviously her Jessica Simpson empire. I mean, I just bought a pair of Jessica Simpson shoes yesterday.
They're good. Let's be honest.
Yeah, and they're comfortable and they're cute. So, but the idea that she had an empire and now it's worth $1 billion or whatever those numbers are, yes, she's a success story. But let's not forget that it was not an easy road for her, and she was the object of very public scrutiny at a very young age. It's a miracle that her issues with substance abuse that she's been very open about didn't claim her life. Right. So she went through it in order to get to the other side. And I think sometimes it's very difficult, especially when you're a first. And Jessica Simpson was a first. Reality TV was not reality TV when she started. She was a pioneer of reality television. She was a pioneer for, a role like this and a pioneer for parlaying this into something else. And those are not easy tracks to put down. So I think it's really nice that we can look at it and be like, but look at her now. But there was a cost to all of that.
And there still is. I go on her Instagram. I follow her, but I always check out the comments because her fans are brutal. Like, I don't even want to call them fans. I would say the majority of her comments are talking about the cadence of her voice because of, perhaps, I'm not a clinician, but medication she might be on recovering from substance abuse, or her body. Like, I've never seen people scrutinize a body more than on her page, or her lips, and it's heartbreaking. Like, she still is in that, Erica. Like, I think people still boil her down just to her physicality, and I can't imagine reading those comments every day. It would affect me.
Yeah.
So. All right, well, we love you, Jessica. Coming up on DBL, we're talking to the authors of the incredible book, Thread Collectors. They will be here live to tell us about this story of female strength and friendship.
Closed captioning provided by...
This is Daily Blast Live. We have fiery debate.
That's not true.
Can I finish? We tell heartfelt stories. We're so emotional over here. We talk to the stars.
Turn up the notch on that. Great research.
DBL is all new every day.
We're talking about a Lean In. That book was Sheryl Sandberg.
You will hop in.
Hold on.
After she intros.
Yeah, you'll jump in.
Because you got the first question.
Yep.
Jeff, you have question 2.
Hold on.
You've written plenty of novels, but this is your first collaboration. Why did you want to partner up with Shauna?
Okay.
Erica, you have the third question to Shauna. You ladies started writing this book during 2020 after George Floyd's murder. Why then? Sam, your question. This is a book of fiction, but there are some true stories in it. What are they?
Yep.
And then Erica, you have question 5. Shauna, this is your first novel. Did this book strengthen your relationship with Allison? And then Lindsay, you'll bring us home with the question about how it helped them navigate relationships just in general.
Awesome.
Without
Perfect.
fighting.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I was
So what
saying,
were you saying?
Sheryl Sandberg wrote the book Lean In. And if you went to any of Michelle Obama's tours, on one of them she stopped in New York and was saying, sometimes it's like people write books like that. You can't just lean in and everything will be okay. Like childcare, societal issues that are holding you back. So she's like, good for you for leaning in as a woman, but like that's not like the solution for many women.
Right.
And
I was
so that's why I
kind of
got a
going
lot
like
of
reality
pushback.
TV. Yeah, like based on that. Not, you're talking about bigger
No,
issues.
I know, but I'm saying like when you said lean in, immediately I thought about that book because
okay.
I hadn't thought about it besides, empowerment book. But when Michelle Obama had said that, I was like, Yeah. A couple people probably got offended by the fact that this Facebook COO is just like, I just lean in with my 5 nannies and my $1 million house.
Exactly. Oh, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, it's not
Totally,
that simple
totally.
sometimes.
Yeah, it's not reality.
To sort it out.
Yeah.
By leaning in.
Right.
I like the way that Shonda Rhimes in Year of Yes really talks about. I thought she did a really great job of threading like the average woman with.
Welcome back to DBL. It's an unforgettable story of female strength and friendship during America's darkest time, the Civil War. It's also a book that helped its 2 authors navigate difficult and sensitive present-day subjects. Please welcome to the show the authors of The Thread Collector, Shauna Edwards and Allison Richmond. Thank you.
Okay, I'm so excited to have you guys on. Allison and I have been friends for years, and Shauna, I'm so proud of you guys for this book. So I read this book this summer, and I was so moved by it that I had to get you guys on the show to talk about it. So Shauna, I know you and Allison have known each other for years, but tell us about how your friendship started.
Oh, well, thank you for having us here. It started in the most unlikely of places, Las Vegas. I used to be a corporate lawyer, and I was at a very boring lawyers conference. Allison is married to a corporate lawyer. And we're all in this big ballroom, and I see this fabulous woman, this fiery redhead. She's standing by the bar, but she's letting every single man cut in front of her in line. And so right away, I knew she wasn't a lawyer because we battle for our drinks. And then secondly, the woman, I'm like, you should go first. So I stomp over and I say to her, why are you letting every man cut you in line? And then also, I love your dress. So that's what started, basically, our love of dresses. But then I asked her, I said, you're not a lawyer. I can tell you're not a lawyer. And she told me that she was a writer, and I'm sure that my eyes got very wide. I studied literature in college, and the idea that someone can make a living just imagining stories, that to me was wild. So it's been 13 years now, and it's been a great friendship, and now we're co-authors together, so it's been an even greater friendship.
And speaking of that, Allison, you've written plenty of novels, but this is your first collaboration. Why did you want to partner up with Shauna?
Well, as you can see, Shauna's an incredibly dynamic, beautiful, intelligent woman, and she has amazing energy. She was a literature major in college, so our entire friendship has always been cemented around books. And I guess when we started dreaming about this book about 3 years ago, there was a lot of energy between us and a lot of things that I felt that she was already contributing. And so when we finally sat down to write the book, I found that instead of writing, which is normally such a solitary experience, it became this blending of 2 minds, 2 hearts, 2 spirits, trying to create something with, integrity and history, making history come alive. And as we went through the process of creating our characters, I was learning so much about her history, her culture, things that I didn't know about before. And I think one of the most poignant things that I experienced that was really life transforming was that, in history class, when you read about slavery, you read that an enslaved person wasn't allowed to learn how to read or to write or to get married. But I don't think it hits you in your heart until you're actually, for me, when I was creating these characters with Shauna and I saw all of the, I started to feel like our characters had all of these limitations. History came alive for me in a new way as well.
Wow. Well, Shauna, you ladies started writing this book during 2020 after George Floyd's murder. So why did you choose that time?
So to say that it was an important time to start writing the book, but a hard time to start writing the book is an understatement. Allison reached out to me and she said, do you remember the idea that we had first started talking about in 2017, this Civil War novel, 2 musicians meeting on the battlefield, one's Black, one's Jewish. And she said, I think now is the right time to write that book. My first instinct was like, you're crazy, right? Because we're basically living in the most racially divisive time in our life. It's like your white girlfriend calls you up and you're like, hey, do you want to write a book about race? Like your first instinct is like, no, I actually don't. I want to pull the covers over my head. But I have to say, our first real writing day was Juneteenth, 2020. It just happened to be the first day I had off from work. We sat in Bryant Park and we started to dream, but we also started to make commitments to each other, that we would get past polite conversation. We would agree to be brutally honest with each other about our heritage, how we were feeling in the moment, and what we wanted this book to ultimately accomplish, right? We wanted it to be a hopeful book, but a real book. We don't want to diminish or whitewash anti-Semitism or racism, but at the same time, we want you to find bridges that connect. And to do that, we had to make sure that we were being honest and building those bridges in our own friendship. And I think we accomplished that. We're much better friends today than we ever could have been without this book.
Wow, I can't wait to read this book. We only have about a minute left. This book dives deep on some pretty difficult topics. What did it teach you on talking about sensitive subjects without fighting?
That's a great question. I think, every day in life, you're always managing your expectations with people who might think differently than you. Luckily, Shauna and I were always on the same page with this book. But I think you have to always speak your heart and what you feel is right. And if someone says something that is, incorrect or dangerous, you must speak out. But I certainly don't have any expectations that I'm going to convert anyone.
Oh my gosh, go ahead, sorry. I think we've got 20 seconds.
Simple. Yeah, assume that people are coming from a place where they need to learn as opposed to a place of bias. I'm just a lot more forgiving than I used to be, and I have real conversations.
Beautifully stated. DBL Nation, you got to pick up a copy of this powerful book. The Thread Collectors is available anywhere books are sold. We appreciate you. Thank you, ladies. Thanks for bringing them on, Lindsay.
Yes.
We'll be right back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Some of the images out of Florida this week have been hard to believe, and some you shouldn't believe. So let's look at some of the wildest viral posts we're seeing online, digging into the details using these sources. We're going to start with a classic hurricane hoax. Pictures like this one, this tweet showing a shark on a highway, or so it says. It's gotten nearly 45,000 retweets, 477,000 likes, and that's just this time around. Turns out that this is the same photo that was shared during at least 3 previous major hurricanes, but it turns out it's actually from a 2005 issue of Africa Geographic magazine. This photo spread right here, edited to look like it actually happened on an interstate. Okay, how about this video right here with more than 200,000 views showing people partying on a balcony, supposedly during Ian's lightning strikes?
Something's on fire!
Now, we were able to find exactly where this video was taken in Fort Myers, which is near where Hurricane Ian made landfall, but it's an old video posted to both Imager and TikTok months ago, not during the hurricane. And here's another video showing a massive seal scooting along the sidewalk, supposedly in Florida. More than 15 million people have watched this video, which was actually taken in 2020 in a coastal town in southern Chile. Don't worry, according to an Argentinian news outlet that reported the story at the time, the Chilean Navy and local community helped the seal get back to sea. Check out this photo of a flock of flamingos hanging out in a bathroom hunkered down for the storm. It turns out this one is real. The flamingos live at Sunken Gardens Park in St. Petersburg, Florida. They shared the photo from their official account to let people know the flamingos were having a hurricane party in the bathroom, eating, drinking, and dancing. Sounds like a good way to ride out a storm to me. If you have something you want us to verify, send it our way. With your Verify, I'm Abby Larico.
Welcome back. Have you guys heard about Camp Lejeune? It's a military training base in North Carolina, and unfortunately, anyone who lived or worked there may have been exposed to toxic water. This could cause serious health conditions. If you developed any of the following, attorneys with the Victims Justice Group are hoping to help. So to our viewers, if you or someone you know lived or worked on the base between 1953 and 1987, please call 800-793-9962. We'll be right back.
Promotional consideration is brought to you by
Lizzo makes history. Atlanta Housewife fans weren't feeling the finale, and Megan Thee Stallion is changing lives. In this week's What Erica's Watching. Now first, the Library of Congress invited Lizzo to play President James Madison's 200-year-old flute. It was a gift to the former president and survived the burning of Washington during the War of 1812. Take a look. Okay, sis, make history. Did she just twerk to sounds from the 1800s? And you know Madison is rolling in his grave, and I am here for it, okay? Here for it. Next, the Atlanta Housewives season 14 finale aired Sunday night, and fans are still throwing shade, saying it was pointless and could use 2 former peach holders to spice things up. Now, Nene Leakes was on that list, who has a rocky relationship with Bravo, and Portia Williams, who left the cast to be an actual housewife with her own spinoff. So hold on to your hats, because these ladies are known for snatching wigs and dragging divas. Megan Thee Stallion launched a website for her fans with mental health resources. It connects them with free therapy to prevent suicide and substance abuse, and tools to help them bounce back after a bad day. Yes, girl, you know I am all about a comeback. Share with me anything that catches your eye by using the hashtag DBL Erica Watch. We'll be right back.
During practically every big storm, people go viral, claiming or joking that they saw ocean animals swimming in the surge. We've told you before, photos like this one of a shark on a highway are fake. Well, now, after Hurricane Ian hit Florida, this video claimed to show a massive seal scooting along the sidewalk. The video has tens of thousands of retweets and more than 15 million views. So, is it real? Does this video show a seal in Florida during Hurricane Ian? Let's verify with these sources. Using Revi, a reverse image search tool, we found this video was posted years ago, so it couldn't be from Florida right now. The video was actually taken in 2020 in a coastal town in southern Chile. It's a huge elephant seal, an animal that's native to that region. They don't typically venture inland, but this one did, and a local woman told her son to film it, according to an Argentinian news outlet that reported the story at the time. And the story has a happy ending. The Chilean Navy and local community helped the seal return to its home in the sea. So we can verify, no, this video of a seal is not from Florida during Hurricane Ian. With your Fast Fact, I'm Casey Decker.
Are you skeptical of headlines and what you see on social media? We are too. The Verify newsletter helps you distinguish between true and false information by answering your questions. It provides fast facts on trending topics, spotlights major stories, and even includes a daily fun fact for all those trivia buffs out there. Get Verify's fast facts delivered every weekday to your email inbox. Go to verifythis.com/email to check it out.
Welcome back to DBL. Remember the Ice Bucket Challenge from 8 years ago? Well, the viral challenge saw everyone from regular people to celebrities dump buckets of ice water on their heads. It raised $115 million for ALS research. $2 million of that has helped fund a drug that just got approved by the FDA. It could be a huge breakthrough because it's been shown to slow the progression of the disease, where you have 5 years. That's what they tell you if you have ALS. So this amounted to something.
And we see so many stupid challenges. I'm so happy that this actually was productive.
Because you doubted this one.
Yeah, I think people did it for likes, not for the cause, but it's good that it paid off, yeah.
I know. There's a lot of people out there suffering from ALS, so this is great news. DBL's new every day. We'll see you Monday. Same time, same place. Have a great weekend, everybody. Stay safe.
Where hope finds help. Where courage meets conviction. Where makers make fans. We are Tegna, a family of local and national media brands that bring us together serving the greater good of our communities. Where national know-how backs local business. Be in good company with Tegna.
This is Daily Blast Live, right here at this desk, 5 days a week. No topics are off limits. I think it's an okay conversation to have. We have fiery debate.
That's not true. Can I finish? You just got me all riled up.
We tell heartfelt stories. We're so emotional over here. We talk to the stars.
Turn up the notch on that.
You on top of your game.
Thank you. DBL is entertaining.
I was like in shock.
That's why we watch.
It's time to be a part of the DBL family. DBL is all new every day.
Here's what we're talking about today on Daily Blast Live.
An Apple executive gets fired after getting caught making an off-color remark in a TikTok video.
Rich cars play golf.
Should he have been fired for this? Candace Cameron Bure talks about the importance of sex in a marriage, even as you age. But is it normal for intimacy to take a dip the longer you've been together? And Bruce Willis becomes the first actor to sell the rights to his likeness after his retirement. What do you think of Bruce's deepfake twin appearing in future movies?
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No. Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll. Welcome to DBL. Lindsay Granger joining us this Friday, looking fresh and fly. I like it.
Thank you.
All right, so we are going to start with, I know all of our viewers have stories about people that they know out of Florida who are dealing with the devastation caused by Hurricane Ian. Now, part of the state, I should say parts rather, looked like a war zone. Homes completely destroyed and flattened, but there were images of humanity too. The Daytona Beach police shared these pics protecting kids from the storm and carrying them on their backs. Now, we put up a few charities where you can donate money to help with the relief effort. And I think that's what's most important, because when I read your comments yesterday and this morning, everyone felt helpless, felt hopeless, felt like that they couldn't contribute. So we have those, if we could put them up one more time, there's some actionable steps you can take to help the people in Florida. All right, we do want to switch gears and move on to a story that had a lot of us talking and even debating this morning. A top Apple executive is out of a job after he was caught on camera making some off-color comments. So to give you some context, he was approached by a TikTok star who is known for asking people in fancy cars what they do for a living. Take a look.
Good sir, your car's awesome. What do you do for a living?
Rich cars play golf and fondle big-breasted women. But I take weekends and major holidays off.
Okay. That is quite the career. I'm looking to get into that.
Also, if you're interested, I got a hell of a dental plan.
Okay. You do it all. You do it all.
So the executive, Lindsay's laughing. So the executive had been with Apple for 22 years. He apologized to, quote, anyone who was offended by my mistaken attempt at humor. DBL Nation, always want to hear from you. What do you think? Should this Apple executive have been fired? Yes or no? Go to dblvote.com to weigh in. Lindsay, what do you think?
Well, I'm just saying he was with Apple for 22 years. So, like, what's the conversation where you're going to be like, okay, we're letting you go for this comment? There's no, like, suspension. We've seen people who've done much worse. Erica, get suspended for much less time and get their jobs back. So, you know, it's kind of ridiculous to me. I think his comment was definitely not funny. He should not be a comedian. He should find another career path now that he has to look for a job. But like, come on now, that's a bit much if you shared 22 years of your life with the company and one TikToker does gotcha and now you're gone.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, this whole last 2 years did clean up some mess that we had here in America, but I think people are tired of it, right? People have their own lives. People say dumb things in their own group of in their small circles, and that's why my circle is so small. Because I make jokes sometimes that if someone came up to me with a camera and I made that joke and then it went national, it's like, why'd you say that? It's like, man, I was just joking. The guy's wearing a British shirt. He couldn't even get out of the car. He's obviously like
that outfit was
goofing around. He's a goofball. So someone came up to him with a camera. I mean, in retrospect, you should have said, get away from me with that camera. I'm an executive, right? Not everyone's perfect.
I think I'm going to infuriate you two even more because, and I'm on both of your sides, and then Erica chime in. So he didn't just invent this. We just found out that he quoted a Dudley Moore movie from 1981 called Arthur. So let's say I'm like quoting like Caddyshack, thinking I'm being funny, trying to be cool to some like young millennial. I sound really old. But then again, then it backfires and I lose my job. I mean, Al Jackson, our co-host, he and I have some very off-color conversations. If those were to get out and people were to misconstrue it, would I lose my job? This is a slippery slope, Erica.
I say that all the time in the group chat. I'm like, what is going on here? Like, are we on the clock or off the clock? Like, because that's the thing. It's the duality of like being friends, but also being coworkers. Like, we actually lived together. Sam and I were taking naps together at one point on the floor of like our green room. Okay, so we're very close. I think
that's in quotes, green room. It was the floor in some room.
It was before the green room was green. Let's put it that way. Yeah, I think you have to look at the context of how this happened. They were clearly at some social event. I'm not going to speculate that the man was having a happy hour because he seemed to be driving a car, but he seemed like he was happy, okay? And who knows, like, what the situation was before that. People have asked me before what I do for a living based on me being in a certain place or, like, in a certain neighborhood, and I never give a direct response. I'm always going to give some response that at the core says, why are you questioning what I do in order to be allowed to be here? So maybe that'll come off color. And that's okay for me, because that's what I'm going to do.
So let me ask you this, Lindsay. Now that we're finding out, especially on Twitter, that this is a direct movie quote, do you think it will change things? Do you think Apple will then backpedal and apologize and rehire him? Or do you think the slippery slope is already paved?
Well, I don't know. It feels like he can almost sue Apple.
Right?
Yeah, this is like, I mean, you're an executive. You lost your, I'm sure he left with some type of package. But like, was he ready to retire? Like, you know, could cause a lot of issues for Apple, who also didn't want to get Me Too'd as a company. I'm sure they were like, oh no, staying away from this. So I get that decision to protect the bigger company rather than the person. But, you know, it looks like they made a mistake here. And so
let me read a couple tweets because I never want us all to be on the same side, right? We always want to present different perspectives. So a lot of people are against him. Okay, Twitter, one user says he should have known better. At that level, you should know that a negative social media can reflect negatively on the company, especially when it's about sexual harassment. And then someone else chimed in, good for Apple, leadership should know better. If you are at an executive level, do you have to watch yourself 24/7, even if you're off the clock?
No, you're not allowed to make mistakes or make off-color jokes or quote a movie. How far are we going with this? We've seen in the past, just looking back, so many executives, so many on every level, whether it's this business or other business, cut their nose off to spite their face. I'm going to let this person go because I'm going to be the bigger person and show everybody and show the world and social media that I'm the bigger person. Oh yeah, that person goes on to move on to a better career and say, you know what? I would have never had the guts to leave, but now that you cut me, I'm 10 times more powerful than you are and your whole network, and I'm making more money with nobody telling me what to do or what to say, or I can't say this or have a meeting on the side. I'm going to pack arenas on my own.
And I feel like you should know.
Maybe I was getting a little personal there.
Well, It's like, whoa. You should know also when the camera's in your face. Like for me, even if I'm playing, I'll be like, okay, can you stop taking pictures? Like I've told people that before. Like we're done with that. Get the camera out of my face. Even if it's fun for them, it's like I'm done with you recording this. I'm talking to Colin. Like stop. So you know that's even on Instagram. It's just like they're just being fun with their story. I'm like, can you delete that because I was talking to Colin in the background.
That's
like,
why I don't do social media, because if I say one thing that's quoting a movie, someone's like, hey, there's what losers you are. Just sitting at home waiting for that gotcha moment. You're a loser. No one tells you that because you're scared of it. You're a loser. Yeah,
I will say that there was a fatal flaw in this story. And the flaw was he said the name of the company that he worked for. Oh. Like, I think that's that really was like the nail. But ultimately, I don't think what he did was as egregious as like people are coming for him.
All right, good conversation.
That shirt was more offensive than anything.
I believe it was a vest.
Intense.
I believe it was a vest, which
Even
makes
worse.
it worse. Okay, let's see what our viewers say. Should the Apple executive have been fired? 88% of you say no. 12% of you say yes. Coming up on DBL, a lot of people are talking about the open door rule that Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher have in their home. We're going to weigh in on whether we think this is a good idea. And Candace Cameron Bure is talking about how important sex is with your partner, even as you age. But is the spark bound to fade the longer you're together?
Closed captioning provided by
Hey, just stop by. We're taking over. We're made of this. We're taking over. You know what time it is. We're taking over.
I had to put my dog down this morning.
Sorry.
What happened? Did you just say what I thought you said? Yeah. Oh man, that's the worst. I'm sorry.
How's it going?
No, we know.
Oh,
how
that was
feels.
sorry.
Are you kidding me? And we're not gonna. Is it okay? Do you feel like? Can we just do? Okay. All right. Okay. All right.
Bobby, our
okay.
camera guy, just gave us some bad news.
Yeah,
He's going through some, which we all have. Yeah. But anyways, let's talk about filming, because you brought it up kind of. My friends, even like when I go back home, they joke around. They're like, "What's up, Hollywood?" And they pretend like they're filming. I'm like, oh, "That's funny." I'm like, "But seriously, is that on? Because turn that off."
Is that Tony that does that?
No, my buddy Vitanton.
Bless you. It's
Wait,
crazy
how do
because I
you say
actually.
I'll just let that slide.
That's what we call him. His name's Vito Anthony, but his mom used to get mad like in Italian. She'd be like, Vitanton!
Yeah.
So now he's just Vitanton to everybody.
Okay, I like that.
My mom's kind of giggling at home right now.
I
But
just
he
remember
does it
doing
all.
that to my cousin. I was home over the summer and he was like being funny. And I was like, I don't feel like doing this right now. Like I don't feel like you posting that. He texted me beforehand, can I post this? Because it was like really on the moment of something that had just happened and a lot of people knew about it. And I was like, no, please don't.
Yeah, but it's like, I don't know. It's so weird. That guy didn't mean anything by that. And for him to lose his job is ridiculous.
This is like the most ridiculous because I think
that's where we're at. That's the repercussions.
I know.
But I do think that the reason why has to do with the fact that he stated, because think about it,
What did he say? I didn't hear that part.
So my understanding was that he said he worked for Apple.
He said like I'm an Apple executive. Found it. Yeah, I don't think he did, Erica. Yeah. I don't think he did.
He said, "What do you do for a living?"
I watched the whole TikTok.
Because they said, "What do you do for a living?" And he made that. He said that quote.
He never mentioned that.
And he goes, "And then I also have a good healthcare." Yeah. So he didn't even say anything.
I like that.
Welcome back. Candace Cameron Bure is once again dishing on her sex life. So speaking on Mayim Bialik's podcast, Candace said she and her husband of 26 years realized the importance of having a healthy sex life, but says sex within marriage gets a bad rap. Have a listen.
You know, when we look at it from our culture and society today, it's always like, oh, you're married, 10 years. When was the last time you had sex? That's like always the joke. Right. And it can be funny, like, and I can roll with it, but I do think it's important to share what a healthy sex life within marriage can be, just in saying like that's important.
She does not age. Maybe it's the good sex.
She does look exactly the same.
She does, right? Okay, so what do we think about this? You've been married for quite a long time. What are you thinking?
Erica has a really good answer. I agree with everything you say. But to kind of touch on that. I don't feel the need to express my sex life on television. One, I don't care. But two, my wife doesn't like it. She's very private about that, things like that. So when you have little things, you're uncomfortable. It's like, I don't need to share my sex life with everybody. We have fun. We get after it. It's all good. Do you know what I'm saying? No, I'm not. But I'm not saying like there's inflatable seahorses in our bed. You know what I mean? It's like I don't need to share details of what's going on. So it's like the people who share, I feel like just want some attention in some sort of way. So it's like, I don't know.
See,
Get after it.
I don't think that marital sex should have any rep. It's a bad, good, any, because I think about it in terms of like my friend circle. Like I have friends who are single and they're actively dating and they'll start talking about, more intimate details. But when the conversation is turned to me, I'm like, oh no, you're talking about dudes that you're with who are for the streets. Like my husband is not for the streets. So the issue is like, because if I found out that my husband was having very intimate, like giving intimate details of what we were doing in our bedroom, I would have a problem with that. We would have a problem because to me, it just seems as though that's the most, like, we've made this decision to get married. That locks down. I don't need everybody to know, or should I care if people are thinking we're doing something or we're not? Now, we'll say things on the show, like little innuendo things, but like to actually get into X's and O's, that's super weird that you're so offended that someone feels some type of way about you having sex or not. That's weird.
And we were talking about it in the studio earlier that Candace Cameron Bure is always talking about her sex life with her husband. She is. And so it's kind of like Jeff was saying, at some point I stopped believing you because sometimes you kind of just see the vibe, like Idris and Sabrina Elba. Like, I don't know what's going on over there, but they have a little energy that comes off the screen. Yes. And so I can tell, you don't need to tell me that they're having sex, so we get it. And so I'm not married, so I don't know. I mean, Kyle and I haven't crossed that bridge, but when we do, I'm sure we'll sort it out on our own and not worry about what
you're in a lockdown situation.
Yeah, you are.
You're common law.
I really quickly, there's another beat, but we still have like another 30 seconds.
What are you smirking at? What were you laughing at?
I always get uncomfortable. I don't know why.
But do you feel that way too? Like you don't need to share every detail?
Yeah, I feel it's very sacred to me. That's between my husband and I in our bedroom. And yes, I'll drop innuendos and try and be funny on TV. But at the end of the day, like I get very uncomfortable about it because that's between us.
Well, it is your sacred place. And I think especially when you're in a committed relationship like that, like marriage, that is the highest level of trust. So the intimacy, regardless if it's physicality or mental, that is the most sacred. It's the highest level.
It also boils down to you told me all this stuff and now I got to look at your husband and you in the face together when I see y'all, and I'm not trying to think about that. Like, I didn't need to know.
Yeah, I'm thinking about inflatable seahorses.
Yeah, like I don't need to think about anything that happens beyond our friendship.
Inflatable. I don't know where that came from.
That's what you said. Inflatable seahorses.
Listen, the hamster just runs. I'm just a vessel.
Coming up on DBL, Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher say they have an open door policy, but it's not what you may think. We'll tell you what it means coming up next.
Suffer from pain?
Some of the images out of Florida this week have been hard to believe, and some you shouldn't believe. So let's look at some of the wildest viral posts we're seeing online, digging into the details using these sources. We're going to start with a classic hurricane hoax. Pictures like this one, this tweet showing a shark on a highway, or so it says. It's gotten nearly 45,000 retweets, 477,000 likes, and that's just this time around. Turns out that this is the same photo that was shared during at least 3 previous major hurricanes, but it turns out it's actually from a 2005 issue of Africa Geographic magazine. This photo spread right here, edited to look like it actually happened on an interstate. Okay, how about this video right here with more than 200,000 views showing people partying on a balcony, supposedly during Ian's lightning strikes.
Something's on fire!
Now, we were able to find exactly where this video was taken in Fort Myers, which is near where Hurricane Ian made landfall, but it's an old video posted to both Imager and TikTok months ago, not during the hurricane. And here's another video showing a massive seal scooting along the sidewalk, supposedly in Florida. More than 15 million people have watched this video, which was actually taken in 2020 in a coastal town in southern Chile. Don't worry, according to an Argentinian news outlet that reported the story at the time, the Chilean Navy and local community helped the seal get back to sea. Check out this photo of a flock of flamingos hanging out in a bathroom hunkered down for the storm. It turns out this one is real. The flamingos live at Sunken Gardens Park in St. Petersburg, Florida. They shared the photo from their official account to let people know the flamingos were having a hurricane party in the bathroom, eating, drinking, and dancing. Sounds like a good way to ride out a storm to me. If you have something you want us to verify, send it our way. With your Verify, I'm Abby Larico.
Cool camera shot. Rob, welcome back to DBL. The rules in people's homes vary. Some homes have a shoes-off policy, and Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher have a rule that might actually surprise you. They have an open-door policy. Take a look.
Our doors are always open in our house. We have no closed doors in our house. That includes the bathroom. It's just one of those where, for better or for worse, as a family and the kids have all kind of embodied bodily function as a very standard norm.
So, do you use the bathroom?
Sam's uncomfortable again.
No, I'm not. 'Cause in my house, okay, so Lindsay, you shook your head.
Because why is every time we talk about these two, it's something that's gross? Like, it doesn't have to be this way. Like, you don't have to. I don't take baths every week.
Oh, that's their best friends, Dax and Kristen, that didn't take baths every week.
But they got in the conversation, didn't they?
Yeah, they agreed.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, all I'm saying is musty smells coming out the bathroom, musty, no bath. Like, why would you want to be known as the musty celebrities? Like, I'm good. The door is being closed. I'm sorry.
Okay, so
like, Colin and I have separate bathrooms. Like, don't even come over here. I won't go over there. This is how you keep the peace.
What about with Kinsley, though?
No, I'm going to teach her how to use the bathroom, but I'm not going to marinate in there.
Does she go in there while you're in there?
Yeah, I can't control that. Like, either she goes down the steps or in the bathroom. I gotta let her be where I'm at. But I try to like close it, and then she like pushes it open.
Because then Mila did go on and said she keeps the door open because the kids just barge in anyways. So for Mila, it's like whatever. It's just the door doesn't exist with me as the mom. What do you think?
So me and my wife met on a show called Big Brother. If you don't know, I'm sure people know. But there's one bathroom in there for 14 people.
Ew.
It's a part of the game nobody really talks about.
What?
So you got to get over. Yeah, there's one bathroom and you live in a house. You got to clean it. The house people, that's part of the thing. Like you don't clean up after yourself, you know? So you catch people in there, you kind of get comfortable with everybody. I don't need to go into details, but we have an open door policy in our house like that. The kids running in and out, it doesn't really matter. But now kids and neighbors are starting to come over. So now I'm extra cautious, like you got to close all the doors because even if you're taking a shower, someone runs in on you, guess what? It's not a good situation, right? So I'm extra careful. Yeah.
Okay, so really quick.
Got real serious in here.
Of what?
Everyone got quiet. I don't do that. Everyone relax.
So wait, Erica,
I never thought of that.
This has been an ongoing debate for weeks here behind the scenes at DBL. The Wall Street Journal has identified a new generational divide. So get this, most millennials, Erica, don't use a top sheet on their bed. But most Americans 55 and older feel that the top sheet is absolutely essential. So we want to know, and you can go back to the open door policy too. These are two things that are debatable, but do you use a top sheet or not? Erica, your face is telling me something.
I absolutely use a top sheet. It is necessary. Also, you close the door because of plumes, okay? You don't.
What?
Plumes. When you
plumes of smoke?
The toilet. Not smoke.
Oh, like
not smoke.
Oh, I thought you meant like
plumes of whatever's in the toilet, okay? It's a big cloud that goes everywhere, and now you have your guest bathroom that's connected to your kitchen, and you got plumes. The plumes need to stop at the door. Secondly, a top sheet is essential because now you're protecting all of your oils and your pieces of skin that are flaking off from your duvet, which then can be washed separately. So I don't like to wash my duvet as much as I change my sheets because I change my sheets twice a week. Then you have to change the duvet twice a week. A lot of people have to dry clean their duvet. That seems like a lot of work to not just put the sheet on the bed.
Colin hates sleeping underneath that top sheet, and so we sleep in like a U, or what do you call it, like a wave every night. Like I'm always under that sheet, and he's always on top of it, and so it's always just this awkward, like, oh my God, like, because I'm like tight down if it's a certain level. Like he refuses to get under the sheet. I don't get it. It's so annoying, but it's like one of those things. Like, okay,
but
I'll
you
take
still
it.
put the top sheet on the bed.
Yeah,
Yes.
my mom is old school. That's just how I was raised. At a hotel, especially, you cannot let that top duvet touch you at all.
Ew, no, you.
Well, in my house you can,
yeah,
but not in a hotel.
I'm going to go against the grain. I hate the top sheet.
Why?
Like despise it to the point where I'm angry about it.
See, you're like
will not
Colin.
touch the bed. When I go to a hotel, I rip that thing off right
So
away.
what do you use, the duvet?
Yeah. I don't
Duvet on body?
Dude, I get caught up. I move around and I get caught up in a knot.
Duvet on body.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You know how many people wash it?
Well, I do other things in there that probably I shouldn't.
What?
I don't know. Don't you feel a little bit more free in a hotel room?
No, I'm the opposite.
It is
in a hotel room.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, okay, first of all, we talk about two different things now. Two different things. But you have to, where's your protection? Like in Jay. Well, I meant against
For the sheets.
for the comforter.
Yeah.
We got monkeypox.
I get all wrapped up and then I wake up and I'm in a knot.
But you can also untuck
No, I'm
it
wrapped
from the
up
sides.
in the stupid sheet.
I know, but you can untuck it out of the sides
No,
and just let
I'm
it
out.
flow over
I think you just need to change the material
I was
of
going
the
to say
sheet.
that. He doesn't have the right.
Yes.
I'll die.
Try the bamboo.
You'll die?
I'll die on this hill.
No, you won't.
Yeah, I will.
We're going to pitch in.
I'm never doing it.
It's not right, Jeff.
Deal Blast, we're going to give you some sheets.
They're going to be blankets.
We'll be right back.
Isn't that a sheet? They're going to be blankets?
Promotional consideration is brought to you by
And aid starts now for areas in Southwest Florida. Disasters can happen everywhere, but it's the recovery part that can take a long time. So we wanted to look into assistance and who is eligible. For these questions, we went straight to the Federal Emergency Management Agency, also known as FEMA. The first question, if you're a renter, can you get assistance from FEMA? According to their website, Fema Assistance is not just for homeowners. FEMA may provide help to renters who lost personal property or were displaced. So we can verify that yes, you can get help from FEMA if you are a renter. The next question, if there are other family members or roommates living in your home, can everyone get assistance? FEMA says they evaluate the needs of eligible survivors on a case-by-case basis, but are committed to giving each individual survivor help. They also say it's important for homeowners to tell them all the needs of each member in the household, whether they're related or not. So we can verify that yes, it is possible for roommates or family members to also receive aid, but this is of course on a case-by-case basis. The final question, if you apply, will this assistance affect Social Security benefits, taxes, food stamps, or Medicaid? According to FEMA, the assistance is not considered taxable income and will also not affect benefits from other federal programs. So we can verify that no, it will not affect your taxes or any other federal programs. You can apply for disaster relief through FEMA. We have a link right on our website, WCNC.com. With your Verify, I'm Megan Bragg. The post on Facebook gives a warning to dog owners, saying the plug-in oil diffusers are unsafe for dogs and got one of her pups very sick. So are oil diffusers unsafe for your pets to smell? To get answers, we went to veterinarian specialist Fred Winninger at Charlotte Animal Referral Emergency and Animal Poison Control. Though these plug-ins and diffusers can smell lovely, Dr. Winninger says they can be dangerous for your pets if they ingest the oils.
The primary concern for dogs and cats is not as much inhaling these oils, which can be mildly irritating, as opposed to getting them on their skin or ingesting them, especially in their most concentrated forms.
Dr. Winninger says if they ingest the oil, it could lead to vomiting, diarrhea, and depending on how much your pet consumes, liver failure. He says some oils are worse for pets than others.
And the ones we worry about most are things like tea tree, pennyroyal, wintergreen, and pine oils. And they can cause varying degrees of problems.
Animal Poison Control and Dr. Winninger both tell us there really is no harm if dogs or cats can smell the diffusers, so you don't have to throw it out, but make sure to keep it in a place they can't get to it. Animal Poison Control says if you notice your pet is coughing while the diffuser is running, you may want to get rid of it and light a candle instead.
The candles are not going to be nearly as dangerous as the nebulizers or the aerosolizers because they create oil microdroplets which can land on the skin.
So we can verify in most cases oil diffusers are not dangerous for pets if they smell it. However, it can be dangerous if it gets on their skin or they ingest it. With your Verify, I'm Megan Bragg.
Oh, we have so many Jeff comments. Marquita says Jeff is off the rails today.
Listen, there's 3 sheets in the bed, okay, or in a hotel room.
Bed.
And I sleep in the middle one.
No, don't make it right.
Yeah, don't, exactly. Oh, somebody just said, you don't know what happened on that duvet, Jeff. Yuck.
Yeah, that's what I tell the next person.
Okay. If you're leaving us, you can watch the second half of the show online. Watch on YouTube, dailyblastlive.com, or our DBL mobile app. But if you get the second half of the show where you are, here is what's ahead. Bruce Willis decides to sell his likeness to a deepfake company. What do you think about being a digital double of the actor on screen? And Trevor Noah is leaving The Daily Show after 7 years. Are ratings to blame?
We have checked several claims in this long post, and now we're getting to these final claims, all relating to aspirin. So let's verify. Our sources, cardiologist Dr. Pyle Coley and Johns Hopkins Medicine. The claim, if you take aspirin every day, it's best to take it at night. We all know aspirin is a pain reliever, but what does it actually do? Johns Hopkins Medicine explains in addition to relieving pain, lowering fever, and reducing inflammation, aspirin can be used to prevent blood clots from forming by separating platelets. So many people take aspirin daily to prevent heart attacks, but is taking it at night better?
I don't think the data is compelling to take it at night. And I tell my patients to take it whenever they're actually going to remember to take it.
Dr. Coley says although some studies suggest taking it at night is better, the effects of aspirin that prevent blood clots can last for days.
The aspirin itself is gone from your system within some minutes or hours. The effects can last up to 10 days until the platelets turn over and become new.
She says, of course, if you're feeling pain or have a fever, pop some aspirin. But there are some downsides to taking it at night.
Now, one of the downsides of taking aspirin at night is that aspirin can cause irritation in the lining of the stomach. It can cause gastritis or gastric inflammation.
Coley tells us if you take aspirin every day, it's best to take it at whatever time is easiest for you to remember. So we can verify that no, it's not best to take aspirin at night. Coley says either way, it will work. But do as your doctor prescribes. With your Verify, I'm Megan Bragg.
Is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No. Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll. Welcome to DBL. Lindsay Granger joining us. Good to have you here. All right, so Trevor Noah is ending his run on The Daily Show. Say it isn't so. He made the announcement last night. Take a look.
I realized that after the 7 years, my time is up. Yeah, but in the most beautiful way. Honestly, I've loved hosting this show, but after 7 years, I feel like it's time.
Wow. So Trevor says he's leaving the show because he wants to get back to stand-up. But some people say that it's the ratings to blame. If you look back, it looks like that Jon Stewart had a 1.700,000 viewers. I'm just trying to break it down layman's terms because in TV industry talk, we would say like a 1.7 or a 0.8.
In English, too, you'd say
that. And compare it to Trevor Noah's 800,000. But then again, back then with Jon Stewart, people were watching a lot more as opposed to people are looking at more clips with Trevor Noah on social.
Well, also think about the climate of society, especially when it comes to political banter, political pundits and stuff. People are way more divided now than they were 7 years ago. I mean, there were probably people who considered themselves on one side of the aisle than what Jon Stewart was, but still watched him. Now we're like, if you're this, you're going this way. If you're that, you're going that way. So that's really comparing apples and oranges. But also, it really touched me because I was thinking about the fact that we have each other, especially over the past few years, and how much he talked about, being in his house for 2 years.
years and, you know, all of the things that were going on in terms of social justice. And that was like impacting us in real time as much as it was impacting our audience. We were going through it together. So to be the only forward-facing person in that production, that had to have like probably taken a toll double than what a normal run would have been.
And I think that he transcends television because of his 11 million plus Twitter followers, his 8 million plus Instagram followers. I think that he's just somebody who's beloved in South Africa. He talked about in his goodbye yesterday, people in India knew who he was and he was surprised. And so this is when you talk about just traditional television doesn't have to be the only way that you can translate through to other people. And I think that he's mastered that and taken The Daily Show because of that to a whole new level and brought it to a whole new audience in ways that Jon Stewart wasn't even able to, because 7 years ago, social media was not as impactful as it is today.
Very well said. Who do you think will replace him, or do you think The Daily Show is on its way out?
I don't know. I think things are changing, right? Because of this whole cancel culture thing, people were canceled and then realized that they don't need the network to be successful. He doesn't need the network to be successful. He's popular worldwide. He has 11 million followers. If he wants to go around the world and sell out arenas with his stand-up, he can. And he can tell the jokes that he wants to tell. He doesn't need a network telling him, you can't say this or don't say this or you better say this or you better do that. No. He could start a podcast and tour the world and make twice as much money and be his own boss without people telling him what to do. And I think that's where entertainment's going. I do like my job, though.
My mom has a theory that's not proven at all by any news source. She says that he's going to The Late Show because James Corden's leaving and he's going to take that job. And I think they're under the same umbrella.
What if your mom is right?
If she is, I don't know what that source was.
Hey,
but
Trevor Noah in The Late Show
would be good.
Good. All right, let's put it out there. Mama Granger. Okay. All right, Bruce Willis is unretiring. Well, sort of. The actor retired last year after his aphasia diagnosis, but he just sold his image rights to an AI company. Here's a look at his digital twin. Okay, I'm going to pause and look at that. Wow. All right. So, which was used in a commercial last summer. Bruce is the first celeb to sell his face. But earlier this week, we told you about James Earl Jones, who agreed to AI so his Darth Vader voice can live on, obviously selling it. I mean, we don't know what that number is, but he's not just going to be like, yeah, you can use my voice.
Yeah, anytime.
Right, right. So what do you think this is the future, that all of a sudden actors aren't going to be able to really have onus on their own face, or do you think that this will I didn't sleep at all last night with a sick baby.
Oh, no.
Sorry, I'm not formulating my thoughts, or do you think that we will, to Jeff's point always, that the pendulum has swung too far and we'll get back to where we are?
Well, I hate this just because it freaks me out. It reminds me of like a Black Mirror episode.
Yes.
But I do like that you have autonomy over your character that can live on when you want to retire. And his estate, both of their estates probably can make money and decide what the fee is for using their likeness. But I also think about like being a grandma, my grandma mind, in the grocery store. I'm like, oh my God, the machines are taking over for the people jobs.
No.
And I'm thinking about the actors that actually can act. Like Al said to me earlier, like we have Denzel Washington because Sidney Poitier opened the door for him. But if we kept using Sidney Poitier in every movie, maybe we don't need Denzel because he was an amazing actor.
Wow, that's powerful.
Yeah, it is, and it kind of goes to my point because I like this and I don't, right? On the one hand, I forgot what I was going to say now.
Did you not sleep last night?
No, I totally did. I totally did.
Erica?
I can't talk normally. I'm better when I'm angry about something. No, so on the one hand, like I would love this because I'd love to go to a Bob Marley concert, right? I'd love to see Bob Marley and do the whole show. I forgot what my other point was. I had both sides. You guys remember what I said?
I have a question, though, for all of you. Do you think there's stipulations? Like, you can use my likeness, but you cannot use it for X, Y, and Z.
Of course. I think that we're thinking of this a little too all or nothing. And really, we've seen these things happen over the course of our entire lifetime as technology gets better and better. I think about how I entered this industry as a radio host, and there was this was in the early 2000s, and everyone would call this DJ Killer 2000. It was the idea that you would take one voice, one person, and put it into all these different markets, and they thought that would mean the end of having any live hosts in studios. Now, are there far fewer jobs? Absolutely, but there's still live hosts in studios. There's a fusion of both. So I think that there is room for this new technology to come in. And who knows as well, like people evolve and thoughts evolve. So the idea that Sidney Poitier, just to use that as an example, would then go on to be the only black actor for the next 500 years is a little ridiculous because
500 years from now, people are going to be like, that's not even representative. Lord, what's wrong with all of us? Representative of our humanity. Is it happy hour yet?
We should start. Maybe we should start. Maybe that'll help.
Jeff, you got your thought back.
Okay, I got my point. The point I was going to make is I don't like it oversaturated like that. Could you imagine like James Bond at some point, you see each of the James Bonds in the movie, like you go back, that'd be cool. Or every Batman somehow appears in a new Batman movie. I like those little cameo appearances. This wasn't worth waiting for?
Yeah, I don't know.
All right, let's just.
I'll meet you at the bar.
We got 25 minutes.
I can't. Okay. Jessica Simpson is opening up about the one moment that defined her entire life, in her words, and the piece of advice she received from a Hollywood icon. Take a look.
Linda Carter warned me on the set of Dukes of Hazzard. She was like, I will always be Wonder Woman and compared to Wonder Woman, and that's what you're doing here as Daisy Duke. I decided, okay, everybody's gonna talk about my weight all the time. I might as well make money off of it and turn it into a business of selling clothes and acceptance.
In case you don't remember, Jessica played the character Daisy Duke in the Dukes of Hazzard movie back in 2005. Is it fair to compare these women to one character? Is that how you see Jessica Simpson as Dukes of? I don't even think of her as that. I think of her as a girl boss. She's $1 billion company.
That's what I said. It didn't really hinder her in any way. She's a billionaire. But also, I think that sometimes we put so much, or I can speak for myself, on one decision, like it's going to change my life. And I know the anxiety in that. And sometimes it could if it's a horrible decision or a great one. But most of the time, decisions are somewhere in the middle, and like you can go on and decide how your life goes after that, because we all have autonomy over our futures. And so I think that she made one decision, but then she went on to do many other things. She did her reality show. I think that would be more impactful to me with that can of tuna or chicken of the sea, whatever.
Oh, yeah.
That moment to me is her whole entire career versus this Dukes of Hazzard. I forgot about that movie.
That's a good point. I think leaning into anything, right? Whether it be good or bad, if you just accept it, like Bad Chad. You lean into being Bad Chad.
Tell them who Bad Chad is.
I don't know.
Bad Chad's from The Bachelor. Or just, if you don't know who Bad Chad is, just take any villain type on any reality show. Lean into that a little bit. I was on a show with a guy who's a wrestler now, and he was kind of like the bad guy.
Was he the one that Jordan chest bumped?
That was a different guy. But again, I don't mean to bring it up. I'm just saying, like, if you lean into that, you could capitalize. Not saying she kind of did with the chicken of the sea thing. She leaned into that, and now look at her. It just, you evolve into something else. But lean into it. Doesn't always have to be a bad thing.
You need to lean into it?
Yeah, lean into it.
That's like, what's a book called Lean In? All about, never mind. Go ahead, Erica.
Good luck, Erica.
It also comes at a cost, because we can look at this and the fact that, obviously her Jessica Simpson empire. I mean, I just bought a pair of Jessica Simpson shoes yesterday.
They're good. Let's be honest.
Yeah, and they're comfortable and they're cute. So, but the idea that she had an empire and now it's worth $1 billion or whatever those numbers are, yes, she's a success story. But let's not forget that it was not an easy road for her, and she was the object of very public scrutiny at a very young age. It's a miracle that her issues with substance abuse that she's been very open about didn't claim her life. Right. So she went through it in order to get to the other side. And I think sometimes it's very difficult, especially when you're a first, and Jessica Simpson was a first. Reality TV was not reality TV when she started. She was a pioneer of reality television. She was a pioneer for, a role like this, and a pioneer for parlaying this into something else. And those are not easy tracks to put down. So I think it's really nice that we can look at it and be like, but look at her now. But there was a cost to all of that.
And there still is. I go on her Instagram. I follow her, but I always check out the comments because her fans are brutal. Like, I don't even want to call them fans. I would say the majority of her comments are talking about the cadence of her voice because of, perhaps, I'm not a clinician, but medication she might be on recovering from substance abuse, or her body. Like, I've never seen people scrutinize a body more than on her page, or her lips, and it's heartbreaking. Like, she still is in that, Erica. Like, I think people still boil her down just to her physicality, and I can't imagine reading those comments every day. It would affect me.
Yeah.
So. All right, well, we love you, Jessica. Coming up on DBL, we're talking to the authors of the incredible book, Thread Collectors. They will be here live to tell us about this story of female strength and friendship.
Closed captioning provided by
This is Daily Blast Live. We have fiery debate.
That's not true. Can I finish?
We tell heartfelt stories. We're so emotional over here. We talk to the stars.
Turn up the notch on that. Great research.
DBL is all new every day.
We're talking about Lean In. That book was Sheryl Sandberg.
You will hop in.
Hold on.
After she intros.
Yeah, you'll jump in.
Because you've
Okay.
got the first
Yep,
question.
yep.
Jeff, you have question
make sure we
2.
have it. Hold on.
You've written plenty of novels, but this is your first collaboration. Why did you want to partner up with Shauna?
Okay.
Erica, you have the third question to Shauna. You ladies started writing this book during 2020 after George Floyd's murder. Why then? Sam, your question. This is a book of fiction, but there are some true stories in it. What are they?
Yep.
And then Erica, you have question 5. Shauna, this is your first novel. Did this book strengthen your relationship with Allison? And then Lindsay, you'll bring us home with the question about how it helped them navigate relationships just in general.
Awesome.
Without
Perfect.
fighting.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I was
So what
saying,
were you saying?
Sheryl Sandberg
Oh, yeah.
wrote the book Lean In. And if you went to any of Michelle Obama's tours, on one of them, she stopped in New York and was saying, you know, sometimes it's like, people write books like that, you can't just lean in and everything will be okay, like childcare, you know, societal issues that are holding you back. So she's like, good for you for leaning in as a woman, but like that's not like the solution for many women.
Right. Yeah, I was
So that's why
kind
I
of
got a
going
lot of
like reality
pushback.
TV. Yeah, like based on that. Not, you're talking about bigger
No, I
issues.
know, but I'm saying like when you said lean in, immediately I thought about that book because
okay.
I hadn't thought about it besides, empowerment book. But when Michelle Obama had said that, I was like, a couple people probably got offended by the fact that this Facebook COO is just like, I just lean in with my 5 nannies and my $1 million house.
Exactly.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, it's not
Totally,
that simple
totally.
sometimes.
Yeah, it's not reality.
To sort it out.
Yeah.
By leaning in.
Right.
I like the way that Shonda Rhimes in Year of Yes really talks about. I thought she did a really great job of threading like the average.
Welcome back to DBL. It's an unforgettable story of female strength and friendship during America's darkest time, the Civil War. It's also a book that helped its 2 authors navigate difficult and sensitive present-day subjects. Please welcome to the show the authors of The Thread Collector, Shauna Edwards and Allison Richmond. Thank you.
Okay, I'm so excited to have you guys on. Allison and I have been friends for years, and Shauna, I'm so proud of you guys for this book. So I read this book this summer, and I was so moved by it that I had to get you guys on the show to talk about it. So Shauna, I know you and Allison have known each other for years, but tell us about how your friendship started.
Oh, well, thank you for having us here. It started in the most unlikely of places, Las Vegas. I used to be a corporate lawyer, and I was at a very boring lawyers conference. Allison is married to a corporate lawyer. And we're all in this big ballroom, and I see this fabulous woman, this fiery redhead. She's standing by the bar, but she's letting every single man cut in front of her in line. And so right away, I knew she wasn't a lawyer because we battle for our drinks. And then secondly, the woman, I'm like, you should go first. So I stomp over and I say to her, why are you letting every man cut you in line? And then also, I love your dress. So that's what started, basically, our love of dresses. But then I asked her, I said, you're not a lawyer. I can tell you're not a lawyer. And she told me that she was a writer, and I'm sure that my eyes got very wide. I studied literature in college, and the idea that someone can make a living just imagining stories, that to me was wild. So it's been 13 years now, and it's been a great friendship, and now we're co-authors together, so it's been an even greater friendship.
And speaking of that, Allison, you've written plenty of novels, but this is your first collaboration. Why did you want to partner up with Shauna?
Well, as you can see, Shauna is an incredibly dynamic, beautiful, intelligent woman, and she has amazing energy. She was a literature major in college, so our entire friendship has always been cemented around books. And I guess when we started dreaming about this book about 3 years ago, there was a lot of energy between us and a lot of things that I felt that she was already contributing. And so when we finally sat down to write the book, I found that instead of writing, which is normally such a solitary experience, it became this blending of two minds, two hearts, two spirits, trying to create something with, integrity and history, making history come alive. And as we went through the process of creating our characters, I was learning so much about her history, her culture, things that I didn't know about before. And I think one of the most poignant things that I experienced that was really life transforming was that, in history class, when you read about slavery, you read that an enslaved person wasn't allowed to learn how to read or to write or to get married. But I don't think it hits you in your heart until you're actually, for me, when I was creating these characters with Shauna and I saw all of the, I started to feel like our characters had all of these limitations. History came alive for me in a new way as well.
Wow. Well, Shauna, you ladies started writing this book during 2020 after George Floyd's murder. So why did you choose that time?
So to say that it was an important time to start writing the book, but a hard time to start writing the book is an understatement. Allison reached out to me and she said, do you remember the idea that we had first started talking about in 2017, this Civil War novel, two musicians meeting on the battlefield, one's Black, one's Jewish. And she said, I think now is the right time to write that book. My first instinct was like, you're crazy, right? Because we're basically living in the most racially divisive time in our life. It's like your white girlfriend calls you up and you're like, hey, do you want to write a book about race? Like your first instinct is like, no, I actually don't. I want to pull the covers over my head. But I have to say, our first real writing day was Juneteenth, 2020. It just happened to be the first day I had off from work. We sat in Bryant Park and we started to dream, but we also started to make commitments to each other, that we would get past polite conversation. We would agree to be brutally honest with each other about our heritage, how we were feeling in the moment, and what we wanted this book to ultimately accomplish, right? We wanted it to be a helpful book, but a real book. We don't want to diminish or whitewash anti-Semitism or racism, but at the same time, we want you to find bridges that connect. And to do that, we had to make sure that we were being honest and building those bridges in our own friendship. And I think we accomplished that. We're much better friends today than we ever could have been without this book.
Wow, I can't wait to read this book. We only have about a minute left. This book dives deep on some pretty difficult topics. What did it teach you on talking about sensitive subjects without fighting?
That's a great question. I think, every day in life, you're always managing your expectations with people who might think differently than you. Luckily, Sean and I were always on the same page with this book. But I think you have to always speak your heart and what you feel is right. And if someone says something that is, incorrect or dangerous, you must speak out. But I certainly don't have any expectations that I'm going to convert anyone.
Oh my gosh, go ahead, sorry. I think we've got 20 seconds.
Simple. Yeah, assume that people are coming from a place where they need to learn as opposed to a place of bias. I'm just a lot more forgiving than I used to be, and I have real conversations.
Beautifully stated. DBL Nation, you got to pick up a copy of this powerful book. The Thread Collectors is available anywhere books are sold. We appreciate you. Thank you, ladies. Thanks for bringing them on, Lindsay.
Yes.
We'll be right back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Some of the images out of Florida this week have been hard to believe, and some you shouldn't believe. So let's look at some of the wildest viral posts we're seeing online, digging into the details using these sources. We're going to start with a classic hurricane hoax. Pictures like this one, this tweet showing a shark on a highway, or so it says. It's gotten nearly 45,000 retweets, 477,000 likes, and that's just this time around. Turns out that this is the same photo that was shared during at least 3 previous major hurricanes, but it turns out it's actually from a 2005 issue of Africa Geographic magazine. This photo spread right here, edited to look like it actually happened on an interstate. Okay, how about this video right here with more than 200,000 views showing people partying on a balcony supposedly during Ian's lightning strikes.
Something's on fire!
Now, we were able to find exactly where this video was taken in Fort Myers, which is near where Hurricane Ian made landfall, but it's an old video posted to both Imager and TikTok months ago, not during the hurricane. And here's another video showing a massive seal scooting along the sidewalk, supposedly in Florida. More than 15 million people have watched this video, which was actually taken in 2020 in a coastal town in southern Chile. Don't worry, according to an Argentinian news outlet that reported the story at the time, the Chilean Navy and local community helped the seal get back to sea.
Check out this photo of a flock of flamingos hanging out in a bathroom hunkered down for the storm. It turns out this one is real. The flamingos live at Sunken Gardens Park in St. Petersburg, Florida. They shared the photo from their official account to let people know the flamingos were having a hurricane party in the bathroom, eating, drinking, and dancing. Sounds like a good way to ride out a storm to me. If you have something you want us to verify, send it our way. With your Verify, I'm Abby Larico.
Welcome back. Have you guys heard about Camp Lejeune? It's a military training base in North Carolina, and unfortunately, anyone who lived or worked there may have been exposed to toxic water. This could cause serious health conditions. If you developed any of the following, attorneys with the Victims Justice Group are hoping to help. So to our viewers, if you or someone you know lived or worked on the base between 1953 and 1987, please call 800-793-9962. We'll be right back.
Promotional consideration is brought to you by
Lizzo makes history. Atlanta Housewife fans weren't feeling the finale, and Megan Thee Stallion is changing lives. In this week's What Erica's Watching. Now first, the Library of Congress invited Lizzo to play President James Madison's 200-year-old flute. It was a gift to the former president and survived the burning of Washington during the War of 1812. Take a look. Okay, sis, make history. Did she just twerk to sounds from the 1800s? And you know Madison is rolling in his grave, and I am here for it, okay? Here for it. Next, the Atlanta Housewives season 14 finale aired Sunday night, and fans are still throwing shade, saying it was pointless and could use two former peach holders to spice things up. Now, Nene Leakes was on that list, who has a rocky relationship with Bravo, and Portia Williams, who left the cast to be an actual housewife with her own spinoff. So hold on to your hats, because these ladies are known for snatching wigs and dragging divas. Megan Thee Stallion launched a website for her fans with mental health resources. It connects them with free therapy to prevent suicide and substance abuse, and tools to help them bounce back after a bad day. Yes, girl, you know I am all about a comeback. Share with me anything that catches your eye by using the hashtag DBL Erica Watch. We'll be right back.
During practically every big storm, people go viral claiming or joking that they saw ocean animals swimming in the surge. We've told you before, photos like this one of a shark on a highway are fake. Well, now, after Hurricane Ian hit Florida, this video claimed to show a massive seal scooting along the sidewalk. The video has tens of thousands of retweets and more than 15 million views. So is it real? Does this video show a seal in Florida during Hurricane Ian? Let's verify with these sources. Using Revi, a reverse image search tool, we found this video was posted years ago, so it couldn't be from Florida right now. The video was actually taken in 2020 in a coastal town in southern Chile. It's a huge elephant seal, an animal that's native to that region. They don't typically venture inland, but this one did, and a local woman told her son to film it, according to an Argentinian news outlet that reported the story at the time. And the story has a happy ending. The Chilean Navy and local community helped the seal return to its home in the sea. So we can verify, no, this video of a seal is not from Florida during Hurricane Ian. With your Fast Fact, I'm Casey Decker.
Are you skeptical of headlines and what you see on social media? We are too. The Verify newsletter helps you distinguish between true and false information by answering your questions. It provides fast facts on trending topics, spotlights major stories, and even includes a daily fun fact for all those trivia buffs out there. Get Verify's Fast Facts delivered every weekday to your email inbox. Go to verifythis.com/email to check it out.
Welcome back to DBL. Remember the Ice Bucket Challenge from 8 years ago? Well, the viral challenge saw everyone from regular people to celebrities dump buckets of ice water on their heads. It raised $115 million for ALS research. $2 million of that has helped fund a drug that just got approved by the FDA. It could be a huge breakthrough because it's been shown to slow the progression of the disease. Where you have 5 years. That's what they tell you if you have ALS. So this amounted to something.
And we see so many stupid challenges. I'm so happy that this actually was productive.
Because you doubted this one.
Yeah, I think people did it for likes, not for the cause, but it's good that it paid off, yeah.
I know,
yeah.
I know. There's a lot of people out there suffering from ALS, so this is great news. DBL's new every day. We'll see you Monday. Same time, same place. Have a great weekend, everybody. Stay safe.
Where hope finds help. Where courage meets conviction. Where makers make fans. We are Tegna, a family of local and national media brands that bring us together, serving the greater good of our communities. Where national know-how backs local business. Be in good company with Tegna.
This is Daily Blast Live, right here at this desk, 5 days a week. No topics are off limits. I think it's an okay conversation to have. We have fiery debate.
That's not true. Can I finish? You just got me all riled up.
We tell heartfelt stories. We're so emotional over here. We talk to the stars.
Turn up the notch on that.
You on top of your game.
Thank you.
DBL is entertaining.
I was like in shock.
That's why we watch.
It's time to be a part of the DBL family. DBL is all new every day.
Here's what we're talking about today on Daily Blast Live.
An Apple executive gets fired after getting caught making an off-color remark in a TikTok video.
I race cars and play golf.
Should he have been fired for this? Candace Cameron Bure talks about the importance of sex in a marriage, even as you age. But is it normal for intimacy to take a dip the longer you've been together? And Bruce Willis becomes the first actor to sell the rights to his likeness after his retirement. What do you think of Bruce's deepfake twin appearing in future movies?
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No. Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll. Welcome to DBL. Lindsay Granger joining us this Friday, looking fresh and fly. I like it.
Thank you.
All right, so we are going to start with, I know all of our viewers have stories about people that they know out of Florida who are dealing with the devastation caused by Hurricane Ian. Now, part of the state, I should say parts rather, looked like a war zone. Homes completely destroyed and flattened, but there were images of humanity too. The Daytona Beach police shared these pics protecting kids from the storm and carrying them on their backs. Now, we put up a few charities where you can donate money to help with the relief effort. And I think that's what's most important, because when I read your comments yesterday and this morning, everyone felt helpless, felt hopeless, felt like that they couldn't contribute. So we have those, if we could put them up one more time, there's some actionable steps you can take to help the people in Florida. All right, we do want to switch gears and move on to a story that had a lot of us talking and even debating this morning. A top Apple executive is out of a job after he was caught on camera making some off-color comments. So to give you some context, he was approached by a TikTok star who is known for asking people in fancy cars what they do for a living. Take a look.
Good sir, your car's awesome. What do you do for a living?
I race cars, play golf, and fondle big-breasted women. But I take weekends and major holidays off.
Okay. That is quite the career. I'm looking to get into that.
Also, if you're interested, I got a hell of a dental plan.
Okay. You do it all. You do it all.
So the executive, Lindsay's laughing. So the executive had been with Apple for 22 years. He apologized to, quote, anyone who was offended by my mistaken attempt at humor. DBL Nation, always want to hear from you. What do you think? Should this Apple executive have been fired? Yes or no? Go to dblvote.com to weigh in. Lindsay, what do you think?
Well, I'm just saying he was with Apple for 22 years. So like, what's the conversation where you're going to be like, okay, we're letting you go for this comment? There's no like suspension. We've seen people who've done much worse, Erica, get suspended for much less time and get their jobs back. So, you know, it's kind of ridiculous to me. I think his comment was definitely not funny. He should not be a comedian. He should find another career path now that he has to look for a job. But like, come on now, that's a bit much if you shared 22 years of your life with a company and one TikToker does gotcha and now you're gone.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, this whole last 2 years did clean up some mess that we had here in America, but I think people are tired of it, right? People have their own lives. People say dumb things in their own group of in their small circles, and that's why my circle is so small. Because I make jokes sometimes that if someone came up to me with a camera and I made that joke and then it went national, it's like, why'd you say that? It's like, man, I was just joking. The guy's wearing a British shirt. He couldn't even get out of the car. He's obviously like
that outfit was
goofing
random.
around. He's a goofball. So someone came up to him with a camera. I mean, in retrospect, you should have said, get away from me with that camera. I'm an executive, right? Not everyone's perfect.
I think I'm going to infuriate you two even more because, and I'm on both of your sides, and then Erica chime in. So he didn't just invent this. We just found out that he quoted a Dudley Moore movie from 1981 called Arthur. So let's say I'm like quoting like Caddyshack, thinking I'm being funny, trying to be cool to some like young millennial. I sound really old. But then again, then it backfires and I lose my job. I mean, Al Jackson, our co-host, he and I have some very off-color conversations. If those were to get out and people were to misconstrue it, would I lose my job? This is a slippery slope, Erica.
I say that all the time in the group chat. I'm like, what is going on here? Like, are we on the clock or off the clock? Like, because that's the thing. It's the duality of like being friends, but also being coworkers. Like, we actually lived together. Sam and I were taking naps together at one point on the floor of like our green room. Okay, so we're very close. I think
that's in quotes, green room. It was the floor in some room.
It was before the green room was green.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way. Yeah, I think you have to look at the context of how this happened. They were clearly at some social event. I'm not going to speculate that the man was having a happy hour because he seemed to be driving a car, but he seemed like he was happy, okay? And who knows, like, what the situation was before that. People have asked me before what I do for a living based on me being in a certain place or, like, in a certain neighborhood, and I never give a direct response. I'm always going to give some response that at the core says, why are you questioning what I do in order to be allowed to be here? So maybe that'll come off color.
And that's okay for me, because that's what I'm going to do.
So
Yeah, good.
let me ask you this, Lindsay. Now that we're finding out, especially on Twitter, that this is a direct movie quote, do you think it will change things? Do you think Apple will then backpedal and apologize and rehire him? Or do you think the slippery slope is already paved?
Well, I don't know. It feels like he can almost sue Apple.
Right?
Yeah, this is like, I mean, you're an executive. You lost your, I'm sure he left with some type of package. But like, was he ready to retire? Like, you know, could cause a lot of issues for Apple, who also didn't want to get Me Too'd as a company. I'm sure they were like, oh no, staying away from this. So I get that decision to protect the bigger company rather than the person. But, you know, it looks like they made a mistake here. And so
let me read a couple tweets, because I never want us all to be on the same side, right? We always want to present different perspectives. So a lot of people are against him. Okay, Twitter, one user says he should have known better. At that level, you should know that a negative social media can reflect negatively on the company, especially when it's about sexual harassment. And then someone else chimed in, good for Apple, leadership should know better. If you are at an executive level, do you have to watch yourself 24/7, even if you're off the clock?
No, you're not allowed to make mistakes or make off-color jokes or quote a movie. How far are we going with this? We've seen in the past, just looking back, so many executives, so many on every level, whether it's this business or other business, cut their nose off to spite their face. I'm going to let this person go because I'm going to be the bigger person and show everybody and show the world and social media that I'm the bigger person. Oh yeah, that person goes on to move on to a better career and say, you know what? I would have never had the guts to leave, but now that you cut me, I'm 10 times more powerful than you are and your whole network, and I'm making more money with nobody telling me what to do or what to say, or I can't say this or have a meeting on the side. I'm going to pack arenas on my own.
And I feel like you should know.
Maybe I was getting a little personal there.
Well, it's like, whoa. You should know also when the camera's in your face. Like for me, even if I'm playing, I'll be like, okay, can you stop taking pictures? Like I've told people that before. Like we're done with that. Get the camera out of my face. Even if it's fun for them, it's like I'm done with you recording this. I'm talking to Colin. Like stop. So you know that's even on Instagram. It's just like they're just being fun with their story. I'm like, can you delete that because I was talking to Colin in the background.
That's why I don't do social media, because if I say one thing that's quoting a movie, someone's like, hey, there's what losers you are. Just sitting at home waiting for that gotcha moment. You're a loser. No one tells you that because you're scared of it. You're a loser. Yeah,
I will say that there was a fatal flaw in this story, and the flaw was he said the name of the company that he worked for.
Oh.
Like, I think that's that really was like the nail, but ultimately I don't think what he did was as egregious as like people are coming for him.
All right, good conversation.
That shirt was more offensive than anything.
I believe it was a
so
vest.
intense.
I believe it was a vest, which
Even
makes
worse.
it worse. Okay, let's see what our viewers say. Should the Apple executive have been fired? 88% of you say no. 12% of you say yes. Coming up on DBL, a lot of people are talking about the open door rule that Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher have in their home. We're going to weigh in on whether we think this is a good idea. And Candace Cameron Bure is talking about how important sex is with your partner, even as you age. But is the spark bound to fade the longer you're together?
Closed captioning provided by
Hey, just stop by. We're taking over. We made all this. We're taking over. You know what time it is. We're taking over.
I had to put my dog down this morning.
Sorry.
What? Did you say what I thought you said? Yeah. Oh man, that's the worst. I'm sorry.
How's it going?
No, we know.
Oh,
how
that was
feels.
sorry.
Are you kidding me? And we're not gonna. Is it okay? Do you feel like? Can we just? Do. You, okay. All right. Okay. All right.
Bobby,
okay.
I just gave us some bad news.
Yeah,
He's going through which we all have. Yeah. But anyways, let's talk about filming, because you brought it up kind of. My friends, even like when I go back home, they joke around. They're like, "What's up, Hollywood?" And they pretend like they're filming. I'm like, oh, "That's funny." I'm like, "But seriously, is that on? Because turn that off."
Is that Tony that does that?
No, my buddy Vitanton.
Bless you. It's
Wait,
crazy
how do you
because I
say
actually
Vitanton.
I'll just let that slide.
That's what we call him. His name's Vito Anthony, but his mom used to get mad like an Italian. She'd be like, Vitanton! Yeah. So now he's just Vitanton to everybody.
Okay, I like that.
My mom's kind of giggling at home right now.
I just remember doing that to my cousin. I was home over the summer, and he was like being funny, and I was like, I don't feel like doing this right now. Like I don't feel like you posting that. He texted me beforehand, can I post this? Because it was like really on the moment of something that had just happened, and a lot of people knew about it. And I was like, no, please don't.
Yeah, but it's like, I don't know. It's so weird. That guy didn't mean anything by that, and for him to lose his job
I think
is
it's
ridiculous.
this is like the most ridiculous because I think
that's where we're at. That's the repercussions.
I know.
But I do think that the reason why has to do with the fact that he stated, because think about it, if...
What did he say? I didn't hear that part.
So my understanding was that that he said he worked for Apple.
He said, like, I'm an Apple executive.
Found it. Yeah, I don't think he did, Erica. Yeah. I don't think he did.
He said, "What do you do for a living?"
I watched the whole TikTok.
Because they said, "What do you do for a living?" And he made that. He said that quote.
He never mentioned that.
And he goes, "And then I also have a good healthcare." Yeah. So he didn't even say anything.
I bet.
Welcome back. Candace Cameron Bure is once again dishing on her sex life. So speaking on Maya Bialik's podcast, Candace said she and her husband of 26 years realized the importance of having a healthy sex life, but says sex within marriage gets a bad rap. Have a listen.
You know, when we look at it from our culture and society today, it's always like, oh, you're married, 10 years. When was the last time you had sex? That's like always the joke. Right. And it can be funny, like, and I can roll with it, but I do think it's important to share what a healthy sex life within marriage can be, just in saying like that's important.
She does not age. Maybe it's the good sex.
She does look exactly the same.
That's right. Okay, so what do we think about this? You've been married for quite a long time. What are you thinking?
Erica has a really good answer. I agree with everything you say, but to kind of touch on that, I don't feel the need to express my sex life on television. One, I don't care. But two, my wife doesn't like it. She's very private about that, things like that. So when you have little things, you're uncomfortable. It's like, I don't need to share my sex life with everybody. We have fun. We get after it. It's all good. Do you know what I'm saying? No, I'm not. But I'm not saying like there's inflatable seahorses in our bed. You know what I mean? It's like I don't need to share details of what's going on. So it's like the people who share, I feel like just want some attention in some sort of way. So it's like, I don't know.
See, I don't think that marital sex should have any rep. It's a bad, good, any, because I think about it in terms of like my friend circle. Like I have friends who are single and they're actively dating and they'll start talking about, more intimate details. But when the conversation is turned to me, I'm like, oh no, you're talking about dudes that you're with who are for the streets. Like my husband is not for the streets. So the issue is like, because if I found out that my husband was having very intimate, like giving intimate details of what we were doing in our bedroom, I would have a problem with that. We would have a problem because to me, it just seems as though that's the most, like, we've made this decision to get married. That locks down. I don't need everybody to know, or should I care if people are thinking we're doing something or we're not? Now, we'll say things on the show, like little innuendo things, but like to actually get into X's and O's, that's super weird that you're so offended that someone feels some type of way about you having sex or not. That's weird.
And we were talking about it in the studio earlier that Candace Cameron Bure is always talking about her sex life with her husband.
She is.
And so it's kind of like Jeff was saying, at some point I stopped believing you because sometimes you kind of just see the vibe, like Idris and Sabrina Elba. Like, I don't know what's going on over there, but they have a little energy that comes off the screen.
Yes.
And so I can tell, you don't need to tell me that they're having sex, so we get it. And so I'm not married, so I don't know. I mean, Kyle and I haven't crossed that bridge, but when we do, I'm sure we'll sort it out on our own and not worry about what the...
You're in a lockdown situation.
Yeah,
you're common law.
I really quickly, there's another beat, but we still have like another 30 seconds.
What are you smirking at? What were you laughing at?
I always get uncomfortable. I don't know why.
But do you feel that way too? Like you don't need to share every detail?
Yeah, I feel it's very sacred to me. That's between my husband and I in our bedroom. And yes, I'll drop innuendos and try and be funny on TV. But at the end of the day, like I get very uncomfortable about it because that's between us.
Well,
so.
it is your sacred place. And I think especially when you're in a committed relationship like that, like marriage, that is the highest level of trust.
So the intimacy, regardless if it's physicality or mental, that is the most sacred. It's the highest level.
It also boils down to you told me all this stuff and now I got to look at your husband and you in the face together when I see y'all, and I'm not trying to think about that. Like, I didn't need to know.
Yeah, I'm thinking about inflatable seahorses.
Yeah, like, I don't need to think about anything that happens beyond our friendship.
Inflatable. I don't know where that came from.
That's what you said. Inflatable seahorses.
Listen, the hamster just runs. I'm just a vessel.
Coming up on DBL, Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher say they have an open door policy, but it's not what you may think. We'll tell you what it means coming up next.
Suffer from pain?
Some of the images out of Florida this week have been hard to believe, and some you shouldn't believe. So let's look at some of the wildest viral posts we're seeing online, digging into the details using these sources. We're going to start with a classic hurricane hoax. Pictures like this one, this tweet showing a shark on a highway, or so it says. It's gotten nearly 45,000 retweets, 477,000 likes, and that's just this time around. Turns out that this is the same photo that was shared during at least 3 previous major hurricanes, but it turns out it's actually from a 2005 issue of Africa Geographic magazine. This photo spread right here, edited to look like it actually happened on an interstate. Okay, how about this video right here with more than 200,000 views showing people partying on a balcony supposedly during Ian's lightning strikes?
Something's on fire!
Now, we were able to find exactly where this video was taken in Fort Myers, which is near where Hurricane Ian made landfall, but it's an old video posted to both Imager and TikTok months ago, not during the hurricane. And here's another video showing a massive seal scooting along the sidewalk, supposedly in Florida. More than 15 million people have watched this video, which was actually taken in 2020 in a coastal town in southern Chile. Don't worry, according to an Argentinian news outlet that reported the story at the time, the Chilean Navy and local community helped the seal get back to sea.
Check out this photo of a flock of flamingos hanging out in a bathroom hunkered down for the storm. It turns out this one is real. The flamingos live at Sunken Gardens Park in St. Petersburg, Florida. They shared the photo from their official account to let people know the flamingos were having a hurricane party in the bathroom, eating, drinking, and dancing. Sounds like a good way to ride out a storm to me. If you have something you want us to verify, send it our way. With your Verify, I'm Abby Larico.
Cool camera shot. Rob, welcome back to DBL. The rules in people's homes vary. Some homes have a shoes-off policy, and Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher have a rule that might actually surprise you. They have an open-door policy. Take a look.
Our doors are always open in our house. We have no closed doors in our house. That includes the bathroom. It's just one of those where, for better or for worse, as a family and the kids have all kind of embodied bodily function as a very standard norm.
So, do you use the bathroom?
Sam's uncomfortable again.
No, I'm not. 'Cause in my house, okay, so Lindsay, you shook your head.
Because why is every time we talk about these two, it's something that's gross? Like, it doesn't have to be this way. Like, you don't have to. I don't take baths every week.
Oh, that's the best friends, Dax and Kristen, that didn't take baths every week.
But they got in the conversation, didn't they?
Yeah, they agreed.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, all I'm saying is musty smells coming out the bathroom, musty, no bath. Like, why would you want to be known as the musty celebrities? Like, I'm good. The door is being closed. I'm sorry.
Okay, so
like, Colin and I have separate bathrooms. Like,
Okay.
don't even come over here. I won't go over there. This is how you keep the peace.
What about with Kinsley, though?
No, I'm going to teach her how to use the bathroom. But I'm not going to marinate in there.
Does she go in there while you're in there?
Yeah, well, I can't control that. Like, either she goes down the steps or in the bathroom. I gotta let her be where I'm at. But I try to like close it, and then she like pushes it open.
Because then Mila did go on and said she keeps the door open because the kids just barge in anyways. So for Mila, it's like whatever. It's just the door doesn't exist with me as the mom. What do you think?
So me and my wife met on a show called Big Brother. If you don't know, I'm sure people know. But there's one bathroom in there for 14 people.
Ew.
It's a part of the game nobody really talks about.
What?
So you got to get over. Yeah, there's one bathroom, and you live in a house. You got to clean it. The house people. That's part of the thing. Like you don't clean up after yourself, you know. So you catch people in there. You kind of get comfortable with everybody. I don't need to go into details, but we have an open door policy in our house like that. The kids running in and out, it doesn't really matter. But now kids and neighbors are starting to come over. So now I'm extra cautious, like you got to close all the doors because even if you're taking a shower, someone runs in on you, guess what? You're it's not a good situation, right? So I'm extra careful. Yeah.
Okay, so really quick.
Got real serious in here.
Of what?
Everyone got quiet. I don't do that. Everyone relax.
So wait,
I never thought of that.
This has been an ongoing debate for weeks here behind the scenes at DBL. The Wall Street Journal has identified a new generational divide. So get this, most millennials, Erica, don't use a top sheet on their bed. But most Americans 55 and older feel that the top sheet is absolutely essential. So we want to know, and you can go back to the open door policy too. These are two things that are debatable, but do you use a top sheet or not? Erica, your face is telling me something.
I absolutely use a top sheet. It is necessary. Also, you close the door because of plumes, okay? You don't
what?
Plumes. When you
plumes of smoke?
The toilet. Not smoke.
Oh, like
not smoke.
Oh, I thought you meant like plumes of whatever's in the toilet. Okay, it's a big cloud that goes everywhere, and now you have your guest bathroom that's connected to your kitchen, and you got plumes. The plumes need to stop at the door. Secondly, a top sheet is essential because now you're protecting all of your oils and your pieces of skin that are flaking off
Erica.
from your duvet, which then can be washed separately. So I don't like to wash my duvet as much as I change my sheets, because I change my sheets twice a week. Then you have to change the duvet twice a week. A lot of people have to dry clean their duvet. That seems like a lot of work to not just put the sheet on the bed.
Colin hates sleeping underneath that top sheet, and so we sleep in like a U, or what do you call it, like a wave every night. Like I'm always under that sheet, and he's always on top of it, and so it's always just this awkward, like, oh my God, like, because I'm like tight down if it's a certain level. Like he refuses to get under the sheet.
I
don't get it. It's so annoying, but it's like one of those things. Like, okay, I'll
But you
take
still
it.
put the top sheet on the bed.
Yeah,
Yes.
my mom is old school.
Yes.
That's just how I was raised. At a
Same.
hotel, especially,
Oh,
like
yeah.
you cannot let that top duvet touch you at all.
Ew, no, you.
Well, in my house you can,
Yeah,
but not
hotel.
in a hotel.
I'm going to go against the grain. I hate the top sheet.
Why?
Like despise it to the point where I'm angry about it.
See, you're like
will not
Colin.
touch the bed. When I go to a hotel, I rip that thing off right
So
away.
what do you use, the duvet?
Yeah. I don't
Duvet on body?
Dude, I get caught up. I move around and I get caught up in a knot.
Duvet on body.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You know how many people
Wash it.
Well, I do other things in there that probably I shouldn't.
What?
I don't even know what that means.
Don't you feel a little bit more free in a hotel room?
No, I'm the opposite.
It is
in a hotel room.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, okay. First of all, we talk about two different things now. Two different things. But you have to. Where's your protection? Like in Jay. No, I meant against
For the sheets.
for the comforter.
Yeah.
We got monkeypox.
I get all wrapped up and then I wake up and I'm in a knot.
But you can also untuck
No,
it
I'm wrapped
from the
up
sides.
in the stupid sheet.
I know, but you can untuck it out of the sides
No,
and just let
I'm out.
it flow over
I think you just need to change the material.
I was
going to
say that. He doesn't have the right.
Yes.
I'll die.
Try the bamboo.
You'll die?
I'll die on this hill.
No, you won't.
Yeah, I will.
We're going to pitch in.
I'm never doing it.
It's not right, Jeff.
Deal blast, we're going to give you some sheets.
They're going to be blankets.
We'll be right back.
Isn't that a sheet? They're going to be blankets?
Promotional consideration is brought to you by
And aid starts now for areas in Southwest Florida. Disasters can happen everywhere, but it's the recovery part that can take a long time. So we wanted to look into assistance and who is eligible. For these questions, we went straight to the Federal Emergency Management Agency, also known as FEMA. The first question, if you're a renter, can you get assistance from FEMA? According to their website, Fema Assistance is not just for homeowners. FEMA may provide help to renters who lost personal property or were displaced. So we can verify that yes, you can get help from FEMA if you are a renter. The next question, if there are other family members or roommates living in your home, can everyone get assistance? FEMA says they evaluate the needs of eligible survivors on a case-by-case basis, but are committed to giving each individual survivor help. They also say it's important for homeowners to tell them all the needs of each member in the household, whether they're related or not. So we can verify that yes, it is possible for roommates or family members to also receive aid, but this is of course on a case-by-case basis. The final question, if you apply, will this assistance affect Social Security benefits, taxes, food stamps, or Medicaid? According to FEMA, the assistance is not considered taxable income and will also not affect benefits from other federal programs. So we can verify that no, it will not affect your taxes or any other federal programs.
You can apply for disaster relief through FEMA. We have a link right on our website, WCNC.com. With your Verify, I'm Megan Bragg.
The post on Facebook gives a warning to dog owners saying the plug-in oil diffusers are unsafe for dogs and got one of her pups very sick. So are oil diffusers unsafe for your pets to smell? To get answers, we went to veterinarian specialist Fred Winninger at Charlotte Animal Referral Emergency and Animal Poison Control. Though these plug-ins and diffusers can smell lovely, Dr. Winninger says they can be dangerous for your pets if they ingest the oils.
The primary concern for dogs and cats is not as much inhaling these oils, which can be mildly irritating, as opposed to getting them on their skin or ingesting them, especially in their most concentrated forms.
Dr. Winninger says if they ingest the oil, it could lead to vomiting, diarrhea, and depending on how much your pet consumes, liver failure. He says some oils are worse for pets than others.
And the ones we worry about most are things like tea tree, pennyroyal, wintergreen, and pine oils. And they can cause varying degrees of problems.
Animal Poison Control and Dr. Winninger both tell us there really is no harm if dogs or cats can smell the diffusers, so you don't have to throw it out, but make sure to keep it in a place they can't get to it.
Animal Poison Control says if you notice your pet is coughing while the diffuser is running, you may want to get rid of it and light a candle instead.
The candles are not going to be nearly as dangerous as the nebulizers or the aerosolizers because they create oil microdroplets which can land on the skin.
So we can verify in most cases oil diffusers are not dangerous for pets if they smell it. However, it can be dangerous if it gets on their skin or they ingest it. With your Verify, I'm Megan Bragg.
Oh, we have so many Jeff comments. Marquita says Jeff is off the rails today.
Listen, there's 3 sheets in the bed, okay, or in a hotel room.
Bed.
And I sleep in the middle one.
No, don't make it right.
Yeah, don't. Exactly. Oh, somebody just said you don't know what happened on that duvet, Jeff. Yuck.
Yeah, that's what I tell the next person.
Okay. If you're leaving us, you can watch the second half of the show online. Watch on YouTube, dailyblastlive.com, or our DBL mobile app. But if you get the second half of the show where you are, here is what's ahead. Bruce Willis decides to sell his likeness to a deepfake company. What do you think about being a digital double of the actor on screen? And Trevor Noah is leaving The Daily Show after 7 years. Are ratings to blame?
We have checked several claims in this long post, and now we're getting to these final claims, all relating to aspirin. So let's verify.
Our sources, cardiologist Dr. Pyle Coley and Johns Hopkins Medicine. The claim, if you take aspirin every day, it's best to take it at night. We all know aspirin is a pain reliever, but what does it actually do? Johns Hopkins Medicine explains in addition to relieving pain, lowering fever, and reducing inflammation, aspirin can be used to prevent blood clots from forming by separating platelets. So many people take aspirin daily to prevent heart attacks, but is taking it at night better?
I don't think the data is compelling to take it at night. And I tell my patients to take it whenever they're actually going to remember to take it.
Dr. Coley says although some studies suggest taking it at night is better, the effects of aspirin that prevent blood clots can last for days.
The aspirin itself is gone from your system within some minutes or hours. The effects can last up to 10 days until the platelets turn over and become new.
She says, of course, if you're feeling pain or have a fever, pop some aspirin, but there are some downsides to taking it at night.
Now, one of the downsides of taking aspirin at night is that aspirin can cause irritation in the lining of the stomach. It can cause gastritis or gastric inflammation.
Coley tells us if you take aspirin every day, it's best to take it at whatever time is easiest for you to remember. So we can verify that no, it's not best to take aspirin at night. Coley says either way, it will work. But do as your doctor prescribes. With your Verify, I'm Megan Bragg.
is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No. Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll. Welcome to DBL. Lindsay Granger joining us. Good to have you here. All right, so Trevor Noah is ending his run on The Daily Show. Say it isn't so. He made the announcement last night. Take a look.
I realized that after the 7 years, my time is up. Yeah, but in the most beautiful way. Honestly, I've loved hosting this show, but after 7 years, I feel like it's time.
Wow. So Trevor says he's leaving the show because he wants to get back to stand-up. But some people say that it's the ratings to blame. If you look back, it looks like that Jon Stewart had a 1.700,000 viewers. I'm just trying to break it down layman's terms because in TV industry talk, we would say like a 1.7 or a 0.8.
In English, too, you'd say.
And compared to Trevor Noah's 800,000. But then again, like, back then with Jon Stewart, people were watching a lot more as opposed to people are looking at more clips with Trevor Noah on social.
Well, also think about the climate of society, especially when it comes to political banter, political like pundits and stuff. Like, people are way more divided now than they were 7 years ago. I mean, there were probably people who considered themselves on one side of the aisle than what Jon Stewart was, but still watched him. Now we're like, if you're this, you're going this way. If you're that, you're going that way. So that's really comparing apples and oranges. But also, like, it really touched me because I was thinking about the fact that we have each other, especially over the past few years, and how much he talked about, you know, being in his house for 2 years. And, you know, all of the things that were going on in terms of social justice. And that was like impacting us in real time as much as it was impacting our audience. We were going through it together. So to be the only forward-facing person in that production, that had to have like probably taken a toll double than what a normal run would have been.
And I think that he transcends television because of his 11 million plus Twitter followers, his 8 million plus Instagram followers. I think that he's just somebody who's beloved in South Africa. He talked about in his goodbye yesterday, people in India knew who he was and he was surprised. And so this is when you talk about just traditional television doesn't have to be the only way that you can translate through to other people. And I think that he's mastered that and taken The Daily Show because of that to a whole new level and brought it to a whole new audience in ways that Jon Stewart wasn't even able to because 7 years ago, social media was not as impactful as it is today.
Very well said. Who do you think will replace him, or do you think The Daily Show is on its way out?
I don't know. I think things are changing, right? Because of this whole cancel culture thing, people were canceled and then realized that they don't need the network to be successful. He doesn't need the network to be successful. He's popular worldwide. He has 11 million followers. If he wants to go around the world and sell out arenas with his stand-up, he can. And he can tell the jokes that he wants to tell. He doesn't need a network telling him, you can't say this or don't say this or you better say this or you better do that. No. He could start a podcast and tour the world and make twice as much money and be his own boss without people telling him what to do. And I think that's where entertainment's going. I do like my job, though.
My mom has a theory that's not proven at all by any news source. She says that he's going to The Late Show because James Corden's leaving and he's going to take that job. And I think they're under the same umbrella.
What if your mom is right?
If she is, I don't know what her source was.
Hey,
but
Trevor Noah and The Late Show
would be good.
Good. All right, let's put it out there. Mama Granger. Okay. All right, Bruce Willis is unretiring. Well, sort of. The actor retired last year after his aphasia diagnosis, but he just sold his image rights to an AI company. Here's a look at his digital twin. Okay, I'm going to pause and look at that. Wow. All right. So, which was used in a commercial last summer. Bruce is the first celeb to sell his face. But earlier this week, we told you about James Earl Jones, who agreed to AI so his Darth Vader voice can live on, obviously selling it. I mean, we don't know what that number is, but he's not just going to be like, yeah, you can use my voice.
Yeah, anytime.
Right, right. So do you think this is the future, that all of a sudden actors aren't going to be able to really have onus on their own face, or do you think that this will I didn't sleep at all last night with a sick baby.
Oh, no.
Sorry, I'm not formulating my thoughts, or do you think that we will, to Jeff's point always, that the pendulum has swung too far and we'll get back to where we are?
Well, I hate this just because it freaks me out. It reminds me of like a Black Mirror episode.
Yes.
But I do like that you have autonomy over your character that can live on when you want to retire. And his estate, both of their estates probably can make money and decide what the fee is for using their likeness. But I also think about like being a grandma, my grandma mind, in the grocery store. I'm like, oh my God, the machines are taking over for the people jobs.
No.
And I'm thinking about the actors that actually can act. Like Al said to me earlier, like we have Denzel Washington because Sidney Poitier opened the door for him. But if we kept using Sidney Poitier in every movie, maybe we don't need Denzel because he was an amazing actor.
Wow, that's powerful.
Yeah, it is, and it kind of goes to my point because I like this and I don't, right? On the one hand, I forgot what I was going to say now.
Did you not sleep last night?
No, I totally did. I totally did.
Erica?
I can't talk normally. I'm better when I'm angry about something. No, so on the one hand, like I would love this because I'd love to go to a Bob Marley concert, right? I'd love to see Bob Marley and do the whole show. I forgot what my other point was. I had both sides. You guys remember what I said?
I have a question, though, for all of you. Do you think there's stipulations? Like, you can use my likeness, but you cannot use it for X, Y, and Z.
Of course. I think that we're thinking of this a little too all or nothing. And really, we've seen these things happen over the course of, our entire lifetime as technology gets better and better. I think about how I entered this industry as a radio host, and there was this was in the early 2000s, and everyone would call this DJ Killer 2000. It was the idea that you would take one voice, one person, and put it into all these different markets. And they thought that would mean the end of having any live hosts in studios. Now, are there far fewer jobs? Absolutely, but there's still live hosts in studios. There's a fusion of both. So I think that there is room for this new technology to come in. And who knows as well, like people evolve and thoughts evolve. So the idea that Sidney Poitier, just to use that as an example, would then go on to be the only Black actor for the next 500 years is a little ridiculous because 500 years from now, people are going to be like, that's not even representative. Lord, what's wrong with all of us? Representative of our humanity. Is it happy hour yet?
We should start. Maybe we should start. Maybe
Wait, Jeff, you got your thought back.
I got my point. The point I was going to make is I don't like it oversaturated like that. Could you imagine like James Bond at some point, you see each of the James Bonds in the movie, like you go back, that'd be cool. Or every Batman somehow appears in a new Batman movie. I like those little cameo appearances. This wasn't worth waiting for?
Yeah, I don't know.
All right, let's just.
I'll meet you at the bar.
We got 25 minutes.
I can't. Okay. Jessica Simpson is opening up about the one moment that defined her entire life, in her words, and the piece of advice she received from a Hollywood icon. Take a look.
Linda Carter warned me on the set of Dukes of Hazzard. She was like, I will always be Wonder Woman and compared to Wonder Woman, and that's what you're doing here as Daisy Duke. I decided, okay, everybody's gonna talk about my weight all the time. I might as well make money off of it and turn it into a business of selling clothes and acceptance.
In case you don't remember, Jessica played the character Daisy Duke in the Dukes of Hazzard movie back in 2005. Is it fair to compare these women to one character? Is that how you see Jessica Simpson as Dukes of? I don't even think of her as that. I think of her as a girl boss. She's $1 billion company.
That's what I said. It didn't really hinder her in any way. She's a billionaire. But also, I think that sometimes we put so much, or I can speak for myself, on one decision, like it's going to change my life. And I know the anxiety in that. And sometimes it could if it's a horrible decision or a great one. But most of the time, decisions are somewhere in the middle, and like you can go on and decide how your life goes after that because we all have autonomy over our futures. And so I think that she made one decision, but then she went on to do many other things. She did her reality show. I think that would be more impactful to me with that can of tuna or chicken of the sea, whatever.
Oh, yeah.
That moment to me is her whole entire career versus this Dukes of Hazzard. I forgot about that movie.
That's a good point. I think leaning into anything, right? Whether it be good or bad, if you just accept it, like Bad Chad. You lean into being Bad Chad.
Tell them who Bad Chad is.
I don't know.
Bad Chad's from The Bachelor. Or just, if you don't know what Bad Chad is, just take any villain type on any reality show. Lean into that a little bit. I was on a show with a guy who's a wrestler now, and he was kind of like the bad guy.
Was he the one that Jordan chest bumped?
That was a different guy. But again, I don't mean to bring it up. I'm just saying, like, if you lean into that, you could capitalize. Not saying she kind of did with the chicken of the sea thing. She leaned into that, and now look at her. It just, you evolve into something else. But lean into it. Doesn't always have to be a bad thing.
You need to lean into it?
Yeah, lean into it.
That's like, what's the book called Lean In?
All about, never mind. Go ahead, Erica.
Good luck, Erica.
It also comes at a cost because we can look at this and the fact that, obviously her Jessica Simpson empire. I mean, I just bought a pair of Jessica Simpson shoes yesterday.
They're good, let's be honest.
Yeah, and they're comfortable and they're cute. So, but the idea that she had an empire and now it's worth $1 billion or whatever those numbers are, yes, she's a success story. But let's not forget that it was not an easy road for her, and she was the object of very public scrutiny at a very young age. It's a miracle that her issues with substance abuse that she's been very open about didn't claim her life. Right. So she went through it in order to get to the other side. And I think sometimes it's very difficult, especially when you're a first. And Jessica Simpson was a first. Reality TV was not reality TV when she started. She was a pioneer of reality television. She was a pioneer for, a role like this and a pioneer for parlaying this into something else. And those are not easy tracks to put down. So I think it's really nice that we can look at it and be like, but look at her now. But there was a cost to all of that.
And there still is. I go on her Instagram, I follow her, but I always check out the comments because her fans are brutal. Like, I don't even want to call them fans. I would say the majority of her comments are talking about the cadence of her voice because of, perhaps, I'm not a clinician, but medication she might be on recovering from substance abuse, or her body. Like, I've never seen people scrutinize a body more than on her page, or her lips, and it's heartbreaking. Like, she still is in that, Erica. Like, I think people still boil her down just to her physicality, and I can't imagine reading those comments every day. It would affect me.
Yeah.
So. All right, well, we love you, Jessica. Coming up on DBL, we're talking to the authors of the incredible book, Thread Collectors. They will be here live to tell us about this story of female strength and friendship.
Closed captioning provided by...
This is Daily Blast Live. We have fiery debate.
That's not true. Can I finish?
We tell heartfelt stories. We're so emotional over here. We talk to the stars.
Turn up the notch on that. Great research.
DBL is all new every day.
We're talking about a lean in. That book was Sheryl Sandberg.
You will hop in.
Hold on.
After she intros.
Yeah, you'll jump in.
Because you
Okay.
got the first
Yep,
question.
yep.
Jeff, you have question 2.
Hold on.
You've written plenty of novels, but this is your first collaboration. Why did you want to partner up with Shauna?
Okay.
Erica, you have the third question to Shauna. You ladies started writing this book during 2020 after George Floyd's murder. Why then? Sam, your question. This is a book of fiction, but there are some true stories in it. What are they?
Yep.
And then Erica, you have question 5. Shauna, this is your first novel. Did this book strengthen your relationship with Allison? And then Lindsay, you'll bring us home with the question about how it helped them navigate relationships just in general.
Awesome.
Without
Perfect.
fighting.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Yeah.
Okay, I was
So what
saying,
were you saying?
Sheryl Sandberg
Oh, yeah.
wrote the book Lean In. And if you went to any of Michelle Obama's tours, on one of them, she stopped in New York and was saying, sometimes it's like, people write books like that. You can't just lean in and everything will be okay. Like childcare, societal issues that are holding you back. So she's like, good for you for leaning in as a woman, but like that's not like the solution for many women.
Right. Yeah, I was
So that's why
kind
I
of
got a
going
lot
like
of
reality
pushback.
TV. Yeah, like based on that. Not you're talking about bigger.
No,
issues.
I know, but I'm saying like when you said lean in, immediately I thought about that book because
okay.
I hadn't thought about it besides empowerment book. But when Michelle Obama had said that, I was like, a couple people probably got offended by the fact that this Facebook CEO is just like, I just lean in with my 5 nannies and my $1 million house.
Exactly.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, it's not
Totally,
that simple
totally.
sometimes.
Yeah, it's not reality.
To sort it out.
Yeah.
By leaning in.
Right.
I like the way that Shonda Rhimes in Year of Yes really talks about.
I thought she did a really great job of threading like the average.
Welcome back to DBL. It's an unforgettable story of female strength and friendship during America's darkest time, the Civil War. It's also a book that helped its 2 authors navigate difficult and sensitive present-day subjects. Please welcome to the show the authors of The Thread Collectors, Shauna Edwards and Allison Richmond. Thank you.
Okay, I'm so excited to have you guys on. Allison and I have been friends for years, and Shauna, I'm so proud of you guys for this book. So I read this book this summer, and I was so moved by it that I had to get you guys on the show to talk about it. So Shauna, I know you and Allison have known each other for years, but tell us about how your friendship started.
Oh, well, thank you for having us here. It started in the most unlikely of places, Las Vegas. I used to be a corporate lawyer, and I was at a very boring lawyers conference. Allison is married to a corporate lawyer, and we're all in this big ballroom, and I see this fabulous woman, this fiery redhead. She's standing by the bar, but she's letting every single man cut in front of her in line. And so right away, I knew she wasn't a lawyer because we battle for our drinks. And then secondly, the woman, I'm like, you should go first. So I stomp over and I say to her, why are you letting every man cut you in line? And then also, I love your dress. So that's what started, basically, our love of dresses. But then I asked her, I said, you're not a lawyer. I can tell you're not a lawyer. And she told me that she was a writer. And I'm sure that my eyes got very wide. I studied literature in college, and the idea that someone can make a living just imagining stories, that to me was wild. So it's been 13 years now, and it's been a great friendship. And now we're co-authors together, so it's been an even greater friendship.
And speaking of that, Allison, you've written plenty of novels, but this is your first collaboration. Why did you want to partner up with Shauna?
Well, as you can see, Shauna is an incredibly dynamic, beautiful, intelligent woman, and she has amazing energy. She was a literature major in college, so our entire friendship has always been cemented around books. And I guess when we started dreaming about this book about 3 years ago, there was a lot of energy between us and a lot of things that I felt that she was already contributing. And so when we finally sat down to write the book, I found that instead of writing, which is normally such a solitary experience, it became this blending of two minds, two hearts, two spirits, trying to create something with, integrity and history, making history come alive. And as we went through the process of creating our characters, I was learning so much about her history, her culture, things that I didn't know about before. And I think one of the most poignant things that I experienced that was really life transforming was that, in history class, when you read about slavery, you read that an enslaved person wasn't allowed to learn how to read or to write or to get married. But I don't think it hits you in your heart until you're actually, for me, when I was creating these characters with Shauna and I saw all of the, I started to feel like our characters had all of these limitations. History came alive for me in a new way as well.
Wow. Well, Shauna, you ladies started writing this book during 2020 after George Floyd's murder. So why did you choose that time?
So to say that it was an important time to start writing the book, but a hard time to start writing the book is an understatement. Allison reached out to me and she said, do you remember the idea that we had first started talking about in 2017, this Civil War novel, two musicians meeting on the battlefield, one's Black, one's Jewish. And she said, I think now is the right time to write that book. My first instinct was like, you're crazy, right? Because we're basically living in the most racially divisive time in our life. It's like your white girlfriend calls you up and you're like, hey, do you want to write a book about race? Like your first instinct is like, no, I actually don't. I want to pull the covers over my head. But I have to say, our first real writing day was Juneteenth, 2020. It just happened to be the first day I had off from work. We sat in Bryant Park and we started to dream, but we also started to make commitments to each other, that we would get past polite conversation. We would agree to be brutally honest with each other about our heritage, how we were feeling in the moment, and what we wanted this book to ultimately accomplish, right? We wanted it to be a helpful book, but a real book. We don't want to diminish or whitewash anti-Semitism or racism, but at the same time, we want you to find bridges that connect. And to do that, we had to make sure that we were being honest and building those bridges in our own friendship. And I think we accomplished that. We're much better friends today than we ever could have been without this book.
Wow, I can't wait to read this book. We only have about a minute left. This book dives deep on some pretty difficult topics. What did it teach you on talking about sensitive subjects without fighting?
That's a great question. I think, every day in life, you're always managing your expectations with people who might think differently than you. Luckily, Shauna and I were always on the same page with this book. But I think, you have to always speak your heart and what you feel is right. And if someone says something that is, incorrect or dangerous, you must speak out. But I certainly don't have any expectations that I'm going to convert anyone.
Oh my gosh, go ahead, sorry. I think we've got 20 seconds.
Simple. Yeah, assume that people are coming from a place where they need to learn as opposed to a place of bias. I'm just a lot more forgiving than I used to be, and I have real conversations.
Beautifully stated. DBL Nation, you got to pick up a copy of this powerful book. The Thread Collectors is available anywhere books are sold. We appreciate you. Thank you, ladies. Thanks for bringing them on, Lindsay.
Yes.
Thank
we'll
you
be
so
right
much.
back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Some of the images out of Florida this week have been hard to believe, and some you shouldn't believe. So let's look at some of the wildest viral posts we're seeing online, digging into the details using these sources. We're going to start with a classic hurricane hoax. Pictures like this one, this tweet showing a shark on a highway, and so it says. It's got nearly 45,000 retweets, 477,000 likes, and that's just this time around. Turns out that this is the same photo that was shared during at least 3 previous major hurricanes, but it turns out it's actually from a 2005 issue of Africa Geographic magazine. This photo spread right here, edited to look like it actually happened on an interstate. Okay, how about this video right here with more than 200,000 views showing people partying on a balcony, supposedly during Ian's lightning strikes.
Something's on fire!
Now, we were able to find exactly where this video was taken in Fort Myers, which is near where Hurricane Ian made landfall, but it's an old video posted to both Imager and TikTok months ago, not during the hurricane. And here's another video showing a massive seal scooting along the sidewalk, supposedly in Florida. More than 15 million people have watched this video, which was actually taken in 2020 in a coastal town in southern Chile. Don't worry, according to an Argentinian news outlet that reported the story at the time, the Chilean Navy and local community helped the seal get back to sea. Check out this photo of a flock of flamingos hanging out in a bathroom hunkered down for the storm. It turns out this one is real. The flamingos live at Sunken Gardens Park in St. Petersburg, Florida. They shared the photo from their official account to let people know the flamingos were having a hurricane party in the bathroom, eating, drinking, and dancing. Sounds like a good way to ride out a storm to me. If you have something you want us to verify, send it our way. With your Verify, I'm Abby Larico.
Welcome back. Have you guys heard about Camp Lejeune? It's a military training base in North Carolina, and unfortunately, anyone who lived or worked there may have been exposed to toxic water. This could cause serious health conditions. If you developed any of the following, attorneys with the Victims Justice Group are hoping to help. So to our viewers, if you or someone you know lived or worked on the base between 1953 and 1987, please call 800-793-9962. We'll be right back.
Promotional consideration is brought to you by
Lizzo makes history. Atlanta Housewife fans weren't feeling the finale, and Megan Thee Stallion is changing lives. In this week's What Erica's Watching. Now first, the Library of Congress invited Lizzo to play President James Madison's 200-year-old flute. It was a gift to the former president and survived the burning of Washington during the War of 1812. Take a look. Okay, sis, make history. Did she just twerk to sounds from the 1800s? And you know Madison is rolling in his grave, and I am here for it, okay? Here for it. Next, the Atlanta Housewives season 14 finale aired Sunday night, and fans are still throwing shade, saying it was pointless and could use 2 former peach holders to spice things up. Now, Nene Leakes was on that list, who has a rocky relationship with Bravo, and Portia Williams, who left the cast to be an actual housewife with her own spinoff. So hold on to your hats, because these ladies are known for snatching wigs and dragging divas. Megan Thee Stallion launched a website for her fans with mental health resources. It connects them with free therapy to prevent suicide and substance abuse, and tools to help them bounce back after a bad day. Yes, girl, you know I am all about a comeback. Share with me anything that catches your eye by using the hashtag DBL Erica Watch. We'll be right back.
During practically every big storm, people go viral, claiming or joking that they saw ocean animals swimming in the surge. We've told you before, photos like this one of a shark on a highway are fake. Well, now, after Hurricane Ian hit Florida, this video claimed to show a massive seal scooting along the sidewalk. The video has tens of thousands of retweets and more than 15 million views. So, is it real? Does this video show a seal in Florida during Hurricane Ian? Let's verify with these sources. Using Revi, a reverse image search tool, we found this video was posted years ago, so it couldn't be from Florida right now. The video was actually taken in 2020 in a coastal town in southern Chile. It's a huge elephant seal, an animal that's native to that region. They don't typically venture inland, but this one did, and a local woman told her son to film it, according to an Argentinian news outlet that reported the story at the time. And the story has a happy ending. The Chilean Navy and local community helped the seal return to its home in the sea. So we can verify, no, this video of a seal is not from Florida during Hurricane Ian. With your Fast Fact, I'm Casey Decker.
Are you skeptical of headlines and what you see on social media? We are too. The Verify newsletter helps you distinguish between true and false information by answering your questions. It provides fast facts on trending topics, spotlights major stories, and even includes a daily fun fact for all those trivia buffs out there. Get Verify's Fast Facts delivered every weekday to your email inbox. Go to verifythis.com/email to check it out.
Welcome back to DBL. Remember the Ice Bucket Challenge from 8 years ago? Well, the viral challenge saw everyone from regular people to celebrities dump buckets of ice water on their heads. It raised $115 million for ALS research. $2 million of that has helped fund a drug that just got approved by the FDA. It could be a huge breakthrough because it's been shown to slow the progression of the disease where you have 5 years. That's what they tell you if you have ALS. So this amounted to something.
And we see so many stupid challenges. I'm so happy that this actually was productive.
Because you doubted this one.
Yeah, I think people did it for likes, not for the cause, but it's good that it paid off, yeah.
I know,
yeah.
I know. There's a lot of people out there suffering from ALS, so this is great news. DBL's new every day. We'll see you Monday. Same time, same place. Have a great weekend, everybody. Stay safe.
Where hope finds help. Where courage meets conviction. Where makers make fans. We are Tegna, a family of local and national media brands that bring us together, serving the greater good of our communities. Where national know-how backs local business. Be in good company with Tegna.
This is Daily Blast Live, right here at this desk, 5 days a week. No topics are off limits. I think it's an okay conversation to have. We have fiery debate.
That's not true. Can I finish?
You just got me all riled up. We tell heartfelt stories. We're so emotional over here. We talk to the stars.
Turn up the notch on that.
You on top of your game.
Thank you. DBL is entertaining.
I was like in shock.
That's why we watch. It's time to be a part of the DBL family. DBL is all new every day.
what we're talking about today on Daily Blast Live.
An Apple executive gets fired after getting caught making an off-color remark in a TikTok video.
How rich cars play golf.
Should he have been fired for this? Candace Cameron Bure talks about the importance of sex in a marriage, even as you age. But is it normal for intimacy to take a dip the longer you've been together? And Bruce Willis becomes the first actor to sell the rights to his likeness after his retirement. What do you think of Bruce's deepfake twin appearing in future movies?
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No. Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll. Welcome to DBL. Lindsay Granger joining us this Friday, looking fresh and fly. I like it.
Thank you.
All right, so we are going to start with, I know all of our viewers have stories about people that they know out of Florida who are dealing with the devastation caused by Hurricane Ian. Now, part of the state, I should say parts rather, looked like a war zone. Homes completely destroyed and flattened, but there were images of humanity too. The Daytona Beach police shared these pics protecting kids from the storm and carrying them on their backs. Now, we put up a few charities where you can donate money to help with the relief effort. And I think that's what's most important, because when I read your comments yesterday and this morning, everyone felt helpless, felt hopeless, felt like that they couldn't contribute. So we have those, if we could put them up one more time, there's some actionable steps you can take to help the people in Florida. All right, we do want to switch gears and move on to a story that had a lot of us talking and even debating this morning. A top Apple executive is out of a job after he was caught on camera making some off-color comments. So to give you some context, he was approached by a TikTok star who is known for asking people in fancy cars what they do for a living. Take a look.
Good sir, your car's awesome. What do you do for a living?
Rich cars play golf and fondle big-breasted women. But I take weekends and major holidays off.
Okay. That is quite the career. I'm looking to get into that.
Also, if you're interested, I got a hell of a dental plan.
Okay. You do it all. You do it all.
So the executive, Lindsay's laughing. So the executive had been with Apple for 22 years. He apologized to, quote, anyone who was offended by my mistaken attempt at humor. TBL Nation, always want to hear from you. What do you think? Should this Apple executive have been fired? Yes or no? Go to dblvote.com to weigh in. Lindsay, what do you think?
Well, I'm just saying, he was with Apple for 22 years. So, like, what's the conversation where you're going to be like, okay, we're letting you go for this comment? There's no, like, suspension. We've seen people who've done much worse, Erica, get suspended for much less time and get their jobs back. So, you know, it's kind of ridiculous to me. I think his comment was definitely not funny. He should not be a comedian. He should find another career path now that he has to look for a job. But, like, come on now. That's a bit much if you shared 22 years of your life with the company and one TikToker does gotcha and now you're gone.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, this whole last 2 years did clean up some mess that we had here in America, but I think people are tired of it, right? People have their own lives. People say dumb things in their own group of in their small circles, and that's why my circle is so small. Because I make jokes sometimes that if someone came up to me with a camera and I made that joke and then it went national, it's like, why'd you say that? It's like, man, I was just joking. The guy's wearing a British shirt. He couldn't even get out of the car. He's obviously like
that outfit was
goofing
random.
around. He's a goofball. So someone came up to him with a camera. I mean, in retrospect, you should have said, get away from me with that camera. I'm an executive, right? Not everyone's perfect.
I think I'm going to infuriate you two even more because, and I'm on both of your sides, and then Erica chime in. So he didn't just invent this. We just found out that he quoted a Dudley Moore movie from 1981 called Arthur. So let's say I'm like quoting like Caddyshack, thinking I'm being funny, trying to be cool to some like young millennial. I sound really old. But then again, then it backfires and I lose my job. I mean, Al Jackson, our co-host, he and I have some very off-color conversations. If those were to get out and people were to misconstrue it, would I lose my job? This is a slippery slope, Erica.
I say that all the time in the group chat. I'm like, what is going on here? Like, are we on the clock or off the clock? Like, because that's the thing. It's the duality of like being friends, but also being coworkers. Like, we actually lived together. Sam and I were taking naps together at one point on the floor of like our green room. Okay, so we're very close. I think
that's in quotes, green room. It was the floor in some room.
It was before the green room was green.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way. Yeah, I think you have to look at the context of how this happened. They were clearly at some social event. I'm not going to speculate that the man was having a happy hour because he seemed to be driving a car, but he seemed like he was happy. Okay. And who knows, like, what the situation was before that. People have asked me before what I do for a living based on me being in a certain place or like in a certain neighborhood. And I never give a direct response. I'm always going to give some response that at the core says, why are you questioning what I do in order to be allowed to be here? So maybe that'll come off color. And that's okay for me, because that's what I'm going to do.
So let me ask you this, Lindsay. Now that we're finding out, especially on Twitter, that this is a direct movie quote, do you think it will change things? Do you think Apple will then backpedal and apologize and rehire him? Or do you think the slippery slope is already paved?
Well, I don't know. It feels like he could almost sue Apple.
Right?
Yeah, this is like, I mean, you're an executive. You lost your, I'm sure he left with some type of package. But like, was he ready to retire? Like, you know, this could cause a lot of issues for Apple, who also didn't want to get Me Too'd as a company. I'm sure they were like, oh no, staying away from this. So I get that decision to protect the bigger company rather than the person. But, you know, it looks like they made a mistake here. And so
let me read a couple tweets, because I never want us all to be on the same side, right? We always want to present different perspectives. So a lot of people are against him. Okay, Twitter, one user says he should have known better. At that level, you should know that a negative social media can reflect negatively on the company, especially when it's about sexual harassment. And then someone else chimed in, good for Apple, leadership should know better. If you are an executive level, do you have to watch yourself 24/7, even if you're off the clock?
No, you're not allowed to make mistakes or make off-color jokes or quote a movie. How far are we going with this? We've seen in the past, just looking back, so many executives, so many on every level, whether it's this business or other business, cut their nose off to spite their face. I'm going to let this person go because I'm going to be the bigger person and show everybody and show the world and social media that I'm the bigger person. Oh yeah, that person goes on to move on to a better career and say, you know what? I would have never had the guts to leave, but now that you cut me, I'm 10 times more powerful than you are and your whole network, and I'm making more money with nobody telling me what to do or what to say, or I can't say this or have a meeting on the side. I'm going to pack arenas on my own.
And I feel like you should know.
Maybe I was getting a little personal there.
Well, it's like, whoa. You should know also when the camera's in your face. Like for me, even if I'm playing, I'll be like, okay, can you stop taking pictures? Like I've told people that before. Like we're done with that. Get the camera out of my face. Even if it's fun for them, it's like I'm done with you recording this. I'm talking to Colin, like stop. So you know that's even on Instagram. It's just like they're just being fun with their story. I'm like, can you delete that because I was talking to Colin in the background.
That's
like,
why I don't do social media, because if I say one thing that's quoting a movie, someone's like, hey, there's what losers you are. Just sitting at home waiting for that gotcha moment. You're a loser. No one tells you that because you're scared of it. You're a loser. Yeah,
I will say that there was a fatal flaw in this story, and the flaw was he said the name of the company that he worked for. Oh. Like, I think that's that really was like the nail, but ultimately I don't think what he did was as egregious as like people are coming for him.
All right, good conversation.
That shirt was more offensive than anything.
I believe it was a vest.
Intense.
I believe it was a vest, which
Even
makes
worse.
it worse. Okay, let's see what our viewers say. Should the Apple executive have been fired? 80% of you say no. 12% of you say yes. Coming up on DBL, a lot of people are talking about the open door rule that Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher have in their home. We're going to weigh in on whether we think this is a good idea. And Candace Cameron Bure is talking about how important sex is with your partner, even as you age. But is the spark bound to fade the longer you're together?
Closed captioning provided by
Hey, just stop by. We're taking over. We're made for this. We're taking over. You know what time it is. We're taking over.
I had to put my dog down this morning.
Sorry.
What happened? Did you just say what I thought you said? Yeah. Oh man, it's the worst. I'm sorry.
How's it going?
No, we know.
Oh,
how
that was
feels.
sorry.
Are you kidding me? And we're not gonna. Is it okay? Do you feel like? Can we just? Do. Okay. All right. Okay. All right.
Bobby,
okay.
Eric, I just gave him some bad news.
Yeah,
He's going through some, which we all have. Yeah. But anyways, let's talk about filming, because you brought it up kind of. My friends, even like when I go back home, they joke around. They're like, "What's up, Hollywood?" And they pretend like they're filming. I'm like, "Oh, that's funny." I'm like, "But seriously, is that on? Because turn that off."
Is that Tony that does that?
No, my buddy Vitan Don.
Bless you. It's
Wait,
crazy
how do
because
you
I
say
actually.
Vitan Don.
I'll just let that slide.
That's what we call him. His name's Vito Anthony, but his mom used to get mad like in Italian. She'd be like, Vitanton!
Yeah.
So now he's just Vitanton to everybody.
Okay, I like that.
My mom's kind of giggling at home right now.
I
But
just
he
remember
does
doing
it
that to my cousin. I was home over the summer and he was like being funny. And I was like, I don't feel like doing this right now. Like, I don't feel like you posting that. He texted me beforehand, can I post this? Because it was like really on the moment of something that had just happened and a lot of people knew about it. And I was like, no, please don't.
Yeah, but it's like, I don't know. It's so weird. That guy didn't mean anything by that. And for him to lose his job
I think
is ridiculous.
this is like the most ridiculous because I think
that's where we're at. That's the repercussions.
I know.
But I do think that the reason why has to do with the fact that he stated, because think about it,
What did he say? I didn't hear that part.
So my understanding was that he said he worked for Apple.
He said like I'm an Apple executive. Found it. Yeah, I don't think he did, Erica. Yeah. I don't think he did.
He said, "What do you do for a living?"
I watched the whole TikTok.
Because they said, "What do you do for a living?" And he made that. He said that quote.
He never mentioned that.
And he goes, "And then I also have a good healthcare." Yeah. So he didn't even say anything.
I like that. Welcome back. Candace Cameron Bure is once again dishing on her sex life. So speaking on Maya and Bialik's podcast, Candace said she and her husband of 26 years realized the importance of having a healthy sex life, but says sex within marriage gets a bad rap. Have a listen.
You know, when we look at it from our culture and society today, it's always like, oh, you're married, 10 years. When was the last time you had sex? That's like always the joke. Right. And it can be funny, and I can roll with it, but I do think it's important to share what a healthy sex life within marriage can be, just in saying that's important.
She does not age. Maybe it's the good sex.
She does look exactly the same.
She does, right? Okay, so what do we think about this? You've been married for quite a long time. What are you thinking?
Erica has a really good answer. I agree with everything you say, but to kind of touch on that, I don't feel the need to express my sex life on television. One, I don't care. But two, my wife doesn't like it. She's very private about that, things like that. So when you have little things, you're uncomfortable. It's like, I don't need to share my sex life with everybody. We have fun. We get after it. It's all good. Do you know what I'm saying? No, I'm not. But I'm not saying like there's inflatable seahorses in our bed. You know what I mean? It's like I don't need to share details of what's going on. So it's like the people who share, I feel like just want some attention in some sort of way. So it's like, I don't know.
See,
Get after it.
I don't think that marital sex should have any rep. It's a bad, good, any, because I think about it in terms of like my friend circle. Like I have friends who are single and they're actively dating and they'll start talking about, more intimate details. But when the conversation is turned to me, I'm like, oh no, you're talking about dudes that you're with who are for the streets. Like my husband is not for the streets. So the issue is because if I found out that my husband was having very intimate, giving intimate details of what we were doing in our bedroom, I would have a problem with that. We would have a problem because to me, it just seems as though that's the most, we've made this decision to get married, that locks down. I don't need everybody to know, or should I care if people are thinking we're doing something or we're not? Now, we'll say things on the show, like little innuendo things, but to actually get into X's and O's, that's super weird that you're so offended that someone feels some type of way about you having sex or not. That's weird.
And we were talking about it in the studio earlier that Candace Cameron Bure is always talking about her sex life with her husband.
She is.
And so it's kind of like Jeff was saying, at some point I stopped believing you because sometimes you kind of just see the vibe, like Idris and Sabrina Elba. I don't know what's going on over there, but they have a little energy that comes off the screen.
Yes.
And so I can tell, you don't need to tell me that they're having sex, so we get it. And so I'm not married, so I don't know. I mean, Kyle and I haven't crossed that bridge, but when we do, I'm sure we'll sort it out on our own and not worry about what
you're in a lockdown situation.
Yeah, you are.
You're common law.
I really quickly, there was another beat, but we still have like another 30 seconds.
What are you smirking at? What were you laughing at?
I always get uncomfortable. I don't know why.
But do you feel that way too? Like you don't need to share every detail?
Yeah, I feel it's very sacred to me. That's between my husband and I in our bedroom. And yes, I'll drop innuendos and try and be funny on TV. But at the end of the day, like I get very uncomfortable about it because that's between us.
Well,
so.
it's like it is your sacred place. And I think especially when you're in a committed relationship like that, like marriage, that is the highest level of trust. So the intimacy, regardless if it's physicality or mental, that is the most sacred. It's the highest level.
It also boils down to you told me all this stuff and now I got to look at your husband and you in the face together when I see y'all, and I'm not trying to think about that. Like, I didn't need to know.
Yeah, I'm thinking about inflatable seahorses.
Yeah, like I don't need to think about anything that happens beyond our friendship.
Inflatable. I didn't know where that came from.
That's what you said, inflatable seahorses.
Listen, the hamster just runs. I'm just a vessel.
Coming up on DBL, Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher say they have an open door policy, but it's not what you may think. We'll tell you what it means coming up next.
Suffer from pain?
Some of the images out of Florida this week have been hard to believe, and some you shouldn't believe. So let's look at some of the wildest viral posts we're seeing online, digging into the details using these sources. We're going to start with a classic hurricane hoax. Pictures like this one, this tweet showing a shark on a highway, and so it says. It's got nearly 45,000 retweets, 477,000 likes, and that's just this time around. Turns out that this is the same photo that was shared during at least 3 previous major hurricanes, but it turns out it's actually from a 2005 issue of Africa Geographic magazine. This photo spread right here, edited to look like it actually happened on an interstate. Okay, how about this video right here with more than 200,000 views showing people partying on a balcony, supposedly during Ian's lightning strikes.
Something's on fire!
Now, we were able to find exactly where this video was taken in Fort Myers, which is near where Hurricane Ian made landfall, but it's an old video posted to both Imager and TikTok months ago, not during the hurricane. And here's another video showing a massive seal scooting along the sidewalk, supposedly in Florida. More than 15 million people have watched this video, which was actually taken in 2020 in a coastal town in southern Chile. Don't worry, according to an Argentinian news outlet that reported the story at the time, the Chilean Navy and local community helped the seal get back to sea. Check out this photo of a flock of flamingos hanging out in a bathroom hunkered down for the storm. It turns out this one is real. The flamingos live at Sunken Gardens Park in St. Petersburg, Florida. They shared the photo from their official account to let people know the flamingos were having a hurricane party in the bathroom, eating, drinking, and dancing. Sounds like a good way to ride out a storm to me. If you have something you want us to verify, send it our way. With your Verify, I'm Abby Larico.
Cool camera shot, Rob. Welcome back to DBL. The rules in people's homes vary. Some homes have a shoes-off policy, and Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher have a rule that might actually surprise you. They have an open-door policy. Take a look.
Our doors are always open in our house. We have no closed doors in our house. That includes the bathroom. It's just one of those where, for better or for worse, as a family and the kids have all kind of embodied bodily function as a very standard norm.
So, do you use the bathroom?
Sam's uncomfortable again.
No, I'm not. 'Cause in my house, okay, so Lindsay, you shook your head.
Because why is every time we talk about these two is something that's gross? Like, it doesn't have to be this way. Like, you don't have to. I don't take baths every week.
Oh, that's their best friends, Dax and Kristen, that didn't take baths every week.
But they got in the conversation, didn't they?
Yeah, they agreed.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, all I'm saying is musty smells coming out the bathroom, musty, no bath. Like, why would you want to be known as the musty celebrities? Like, I'm good. The door is being closed. I'm sorry.
Okay, so
like, Colin and I have separate bathrooms. Like, don't even come over here. I won't go over there. This is how you keep the peace.
What about with Kinsley, though?
No, I'm going to teach her how to use the bathroom. I'm not going to marinate in there.
Does she go in there while you're in there?
Yeah, I can't control that. Like, either she goes down the steps or in the bathroom. I gotta let her be where I'm at. But I try to like close it, and then she like pushes it open.
Because then Mila did go on and said she keeps the door open because the kids just barge in anyways. So for Mila, it's like whatever. It's just the door doesn't exist with me as the mom. What do you think?
So me and my wife met on a show called Big Brother. If you don't know, I'm sure people know. But there's one bathroom in there for 14 people.
Ew.
It's a part of the game nobody really talks about.
What?
So you got to get over. Yeah, there's one bathroom, and you live in a house. You got to clean it. The house people. That's part of the thing. Like you don't clean up after yourself, you know. So you catch people in there. You kind of get comfortable with everybody. I don't need to go into details, but we have an open door policy in our house like that. The kids running in and out, it doesn't really matter. But now kids and neighbors are starting to come over. So now I'm extra cautious, like you got to close all the doors because even if you're taking a shower, someone runs in on you, guess what? It's not a good situation, right? So I'm extra careful. Yeah.
Okay, so really quick.
Got real serious in here.
What?
Everyone got quiet. I don't do that. Everyone relax.
So wait, Erica,
I never thought of that.
This has been an ongoing debate for weeks here behind the scenes at DBL. The Wall Street Journal has identified a new generational divide. So get this, most millennials, Erica, don't use a top sheet on their bed. But most Americans 55 and older feel that the top sheet is absolutely essential. So we want to know, and you can go back to the open door policy too. These are two things that are debatable, but do you use a top sheet or not? Erica, your face is telling me something.
I absolutely use a top sheet. It is necessary. Also, you close the door because of plumes, okay? You don't.
What?
Plumes. When you
plumes of smoke?
The toilet. Not smoke.
Oh, like
not smoke.
I thought you meant like
plumes of whatever's in the toilet. Okay, it's a big cloud that goes everywhere, and now you have your guest bathroom that's connected to your kitchen, and you got plumes. The plumes need to stop at the door. Secondly, a top sheet is essential because now you're protecting all of your oils and your pieces of skin that are flaking off from your duvet, which then can be washed separately. So I don't like to wash my duvet as much as I change my sheets because I change my sheets twice a week. Then you have to change the duvet twice a week. A lot of people have to dry clean their duvet. That seems like a lot of work to not just put the sheet on the bed.
Colin hates sleeping underneath that top sheet, and so we sleep in like a U, or what do you call it, like a wave every night. Like I'm always under that sheet, and he's always on top of it, and so it's always just this awkward, like, oh my God, like, because I'm like tight down if it's a certain level. Like he refuses to get under the sheet. I don't get it. It's so annoying, but it's like one of those things. Like, okay,
but
I'll
you
take
still
it.
put the top sheet on the bed.
Yeah,
Yes.
my mom is old school. That's just how I was raised. At a hotel, especially, you cannot let that top duvet touch you at all.
Ew, no, you.
Well, in my house you can,
yeah,
but not in a hotel.
I'm gonna go against the grain. I hate the top sheet.
Why?
Like despise it to the point where I'm angry about it.
See, you're like
will not
Colin.
touch the bed. When I go to a hotel, I rip that thing off right
So
away.
what do you use? The duvet?
Yeah. I don't
Duvet on body?
Dude, I get caught up. I move around and I get caught up in a knot.
Duvet on body.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You know how many people
wash it.
Well, I do other things in there that probably I shouldn't.
What?
I don't know. Don't you feel a little bit more free in a hotel room?
No, I'm the opposite.
It is
in a hotel room.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, okay, first of all, we talk about two different things now. Two different things. But you have to, where's your protection? Like in Jay. No, I meant against
for the sheets.
For the comforter.
Yeah.
We got monkeypox.
I get all wrapped up, and then I wake up and I'm in a knot.
But you can also untuck
No, I'm
it
wrapped
from the
up
sides.
in the stupid sheet.
I know, but you can untuck it out of the sides
No,
and just let
I'm
it
out.
flow over
I think you just need to change the material
I was
going to
say that. He doesn't have the right.
Yes.
I'll die.
Try the bamboo.
You'll die?
I'll die on this hill.
No, you won't.
Yeah, I will.
We're going to pitch in.
I'm never doing it.
It's not right, Jeff.
Deal Blast, we're going to give you some sheets.
They're going to be blankets.
We'll be right back.
Isn't that a sheet? They're going to be blankets?
Promotional consideration is brought to you by
And aid starts now for areas in Southwest Florida. Disasters can happen everywhere, but it's the recovery part that can take a long time. So we wanted to look into assistance and who is eligible. For these questions, we went straight to the Federal Emergency Management Agency, also known as FEMA. The first question, if you're a renter, can you get assistance from FEMA? According to their website, Fema Assistance is not just for homeowners. FEMA may provide help to renters who lost personal property property or were displaced. So we can verify that yes, you can get help from FEMA if you are a renter. The next question, if there are other family members or roommates living in your home, can everyone get assistance? FEMA says they evaluate the needs of eligible survivors on a case-by-case basis, but are committed to giving each individual survivor help. They also say it's important for homeowners to tell them all the needs of each member in the household, whether they're related or not. So we can verify that yes, it is possible for roommates or family members to also receive aid, but this is of course on a case-by-case basis. The final question, if you apply, will this assistance affect Social Security benefits, taxes, food stamps, or Medicaid? According to FEMA, the assistance is not considered taxable income and will also not affect benefits from other federal programs. So we can verify that no, it will not affect your taxes or any other federal programs. You can apply for disaster relief through FEMA. We have a link right on our website, WCNC.com. With your Verify, I'm Megan Bragg. The post on Facebook gives a warning to dog owners, saying the plug-in oil diffusers are unsafe for dogs and got one of her pups very sick. So are oil diffusers unsafe for your pets to smell? To get answers, we went to veterinarian specialist Fred Winninger at Charlotte Animal Referral Emergency and Animal Poison Control. Though these plug-ins and diffusers can smell lovely, Dr. Winninger says they can be dangerous for your pets if they ingest the oils.
The primary concern for dogs and cats is not as much inhaling these oils, which can be mildly irritating, as opposed to getting them on their skin or ingesting them, especially in their most concentrated forms.
Dr. Winninger says if they ingest the oil, it could lead to vomiting, diarrhea, and depending on how much your pet consumes, liver failure. He says some oils are worse for pets than others.
And the ones we worry about most are things like tea tree, pennyroyal, wintergreen, and pine oils. And they can cause varying degrees of problems.
Animal Poison Control and Dr. Winninger both tell us there really is no harm if dogs or cats can smell the diffusers, so you don't have to throw it out, but make sure to keep it in a place they can't get to it. Animal Poison Control says if you notice your pet is coughing while the diffuser is running, you may want to get rid of it and light a candle instead.
The candles are not going to be nearly as dangerous as the nebulizers or the aerosolizers because they create oil microdroplets which can land on the skin.
So we can verify in most cases oil diffusers are not dangerous for pets if they smell it. However, it can be dangerous if it gets on their skin or they ingest it. With your Verify, I'm Megan Bragg.
Oh, we have so many Jeff comments. Marquita says Jeff is off the rails today.
Listen, there's 3 sheets in the bed, okay, or in a hotel room.
Bed.
And I sleep in the middle one.
No, don't make it right.
Yeah, don't. Exactly. Oh, somebody just said you don't know what happened on that duvet, Jeff. Yuck.
Yeah, that's what I tell the next person.
Okay. If you're leaving us, you can watch the second half of the show online. Watch on YouTube, dailyblastlive.com, or our DBL mobile app. But if you get the second half of the show where you are, here is what's ahead. Bruce Willis decides to sell his likeness to a deepfake company. What do you think about being a digital double of the actor on screen? And Trevor Noah is leaving The Daily Show after 7 years. Are ratings to blame?
We have checked several claims in this long post, and now we're getting to these final claims, all relating to aspirin. So let's verify. Our sources, cardiologist Dr. Pyle Coley and Johns Hopkins Medicine. The claim, if you take aspirin every day, it's best to take it at night. We all know aspirin is a pain reliever, but what does it actually do? Johns Hopkins Medicine explains in addition to relieving pain, lowering fever, and reducing inflammation, aspirin can be used to prevent blood clots from forming by separating platelets. So many people take aspirin daily to prevent heart attacks, but is taking it at night better?
I don't think the data is compelling to take it at night. And I tell my patients to take it whenever they're actually going to remember to take it.
Dr. Coley says although some studies suggest taking it at night is better, the effects of aspirin that prevent blood clots can last for days.
The aspirin itself is gone from your system within some minutes or hours. The effects can last up to 10 days at until the platelets turn over and become new.
She says, of course, if you're feeling pain or have a fever, pop some aspirin. But there are some downsides to taking it at night.
Now, one of the downsides of taking aspirin at night is that aspirin can cause irritation in the lining of the stomach. It can cause gastritis or gastric inflammation.
Coley tells us if you take aspirin every day, it's best to take it at whatever time is easiest for you to remember. So we can verify that no, it's not best to take aspirin at night. Coley says either way, it will work. But do as your doctor prescribes. With your Verify, I'm Megan Bragg.
Is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No. Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll. Welcome to DBL. Lindsay Granger joining us. Good to have you here. All right, so Trevor Noah is ending his run on The Daily Show. Say it isn't so. He made the announcement last night. Take a look.
I realized that after the 7 years, my time is up. Yeah, but in the most beautiful way. Honestly, I've loved hosting this show, but after 7 years, I feel like it's time.
Wow. So Trevor says he's leaving the show because he wants to get back to stand-up. But some people say that it's the ratings to blame. If you look back, it looks like that Jon Stewart had a 1.700,000 viewers. I'm just trying to break it down layman's terms because in TV industry talk, we would say like a 1.7 or a 0.8.
In English, too, you'd say.
And compared to Trevor Noah's 800,000. But then again, like, back then with Jon Stewart, people were watching a lot more as opposed to people are looking at more clips with Trevor Noah on social.
Well, also think about the climate of society, especially when it comes to political banter, political like pundits and stuff. Like, people are way more divided now than they were 7 years ago. I mean, there were probably people who considered themselves on one side of the aisle than what Jon Stewart was, but still watched him. Now we're like, if you're this, you're going this way. If you're that, you're going that way. So that's really comparing apples and oranges. But also, like, it really touched me because I was thinking about the fact that we have each other, especially over the past few years, and how much he talked about, being in his house for 2 years and all of the things that were going on in terms of social justice, and that was like impacting us in real time as much as it was impacting our audience. We were going through it together. So to be the only forward-facing person in that production, that had to have like probably taken a toll double than what a normal run would have been.
And I think that he transcends television because of his 11 million plus Twitter followers, his 8 million plus Instagram followers. I think that he's just somebody who's beloved in South Africa. He talked about in his goodbye yesterday, people in India knew who he was and he was surprised. And so this is when you talk about just traditional television doesn't have to be the only way that you can translate through to other people. And I think that he's mastered that and taken The Daily Show because of that to a whole new level and brought it to a whole new audience in ways that Jon Stewart wasn't even able to because 7 years ago, social media was not as impactful as it is today.
Very well said. Who do you think will replace him, or do you think The Daily Show is on its way out?
I don't know. I think things are changing, right? Because of this whole cancel culture thing, people were canceled and then realized that they don't need the network to be successful. He doesn't need the network to be successful. He's popular worldwide. He has 11 million followers. If he wants to go around the world and sell out arenas with his stand-up, he can. And he can tell the jokes that he wants to tell. He doesn't need a network telling him, you can't say this or don't say this or you better say this or you better do that. No. He could start a podcast and tour the world and make twice as much money and be his own boss without people telling him what to do. And I think that's where entertainment's going. I do like my job, though.
My mom has a theory that's not proven at all by any news source. She says that he's going to The Late Show because James Corden's leaving and he's going to take that job. And I think they're under the same umbrella.
What if your mom is right?
If she is, I don't know what the source was.
Hey,
but
Trevor Noah in the Late Show
That would be good.
Good. All right, let's put it out there. Mama Granger. Okay. All right, Bruce Willis is unretiring. Well, sort of. The actor retired last year after his aphasia diagnosis, but he just sold his image rights to an AI company. Here's a look at his digital twin. Okay, I'm going to pause and look at that. Wow. All right. So, which was used in a commercial last summer. Bruce is the first celeb to sell his face. But earlier this week, we told you about James Earl Jones, who agreed to AI so his Darth Vader voice can live on, obviously selling it. I mean, we don't know what that number is, but he's not just going to be like, yeah, you can use my voice.
Yeah, anytime.
Right, right. So what do you think this is the future, that all of a sudden actors aren't going to be able to really have onus on their own face, or do you think that this will I didn't sleep at all last night with a sick baby.
Oh, no.
Sorry, I'm not formulating my thoughts, or do you think that we will, to Jeff's point always, that the pendulum has swung too far and we'll get back to where we are?
Well, I hate this just because it freaks me out. It reminds me of like a Black Mirror episode.
Yes.
But I do like that you have autonomy over your character that can live on when you want to retire. And his estate, both of their estates probably can make money and decide what the fee is for using their likeness. But I also think about like being a grandma, my grandma mind, in the grocery store. I'm like, oh my God, the machines are taking over for the people jobs.
No.
And I'm thinking about the actors that actually can act. Like Al said to me earlier, like we have Denzel Washington because Sidney Poitier opened the door for him. But if we kept using Sidney Poitier in every movie, maybe we don't need Denzel because he was an amazing actor.
Wow, that's powerful.
Yeah, it is, and it kind of goes to my point because I like this and I don't, right? On the one hand, I forgot what I was going to say now.
Did you not sleep last night?
No, I totally did. I totally did.
Erica?
I can't talk normally. I'm better when I'm angry about something. No, so on the one hand, like I would love this because I'd love to go to a Bob Marley concert, right? I'd love to see Bob Marley and do the whole show. I forgot what my other point was. I had both sides. You guys remember what I said?
I have a question, though, for all of you. Do you think there's stipulations? Like, you can use my likeness, but you cannot use it for X, Y, and Z.
Of course. I think that we're thinking of this a little too all or nothing. And really, we've seen these things happen over the course of our entire lifetime as technology gets better and better. I think about how I entered this industry as a radio host, and there was this was in the early 2000s, and everyone would call this DJ Killer 2000. It was the idea that you would take one voice, one person, and put it into all these different markets, and they thought that would mean the end of having any live hosts in studios. Now, are there far fewer jobs? Absolutely, but there's still live hosts in studios. There's a fusion of both. So I think that there is room for this new technology to come in. And who knows as well, like people evolve and thoughts evolve. So the idea that Sidney Poitier, just to use that as an example, would then go on to be the only Black actor for the next 500 years is a little ridiculous, because 500 years from now, people are going to be like, that's not even representative. Lord, what's wrong with all of us? Representative of our humanity. Is it happy hour yet?
We should start. Maybe we should start. Maybe that'll help.
Wait, Jeff, you got your thought back.
Okay, I got my point. The point I was going to make is I don't like it oversaturated like that. Could you imagine like James Bond at some point, you see each of the James Bonds in the movie, like you go back, that'd be cool. Or every Batman somehow appears in a new Batman movie. I like those little cameo appearances. This wasn't worth waiting for?
Yeah, I don't know.
All right, let's just.
I'll meet you at the bar.
We got 25 minutes.
I can't. Okay. Jessica Simpson is opening up about the one moment that defined her entire life, in her words, and the piece of advice she received from a Hollywood icon. Take a look.
Linda Carter warned me on the set of Dukes of Hazzard. She was like, I will always be Wonder Woman and compared to Wonder Woman, and that's what you're doing here as Daisy Duke. I decided, okay, everybody's gonna talk about my weight all the time. I might as well make money off of it and turn it into a business of selling clothes and acceptance.
In case you don't remember, Jessica played the character Daisy Duke in the Dukes of Hazzard movie back in 2005. Is it fair to compare these women to one character? Is that how you see Jessica Simpson, as Dukes of... I don't even think of her as that. I think of her as a girl boss. She's a billion-dollar company.
That's what I said. It didn't really hinder her in any way. She's a billionaire. But also, I think that sometimes we put so much, or I can speak for myself, on one decision, like, it's going to change my life. And I know the anxiety in that. And sometimes it could if it's a horrible decision or a great one. But most of the time, decisions are somewhere in the middle, and like you can go on and decide how your life goes after that because we all have autonomy over our futures. And so I think that she made one decision, but then she went on to do many other things. She did her reality show. I think that would be more impactful to me with that can of tuna or chicken of the sea, whatever.
yeah.
That moment to me is her whole entire career versus this Dukes of Hazzards. I forgot about that movie.
That's a good point. I think leaning into anything, right? Whether it be good or bad, if you just accept it, like Bad Chad. You lean into being Bad Chad.
Tell them who Bad Chad is.
I don't know.
Bad Chad's from The Bachelor. Or just, if you don't know who Bad Chad is, just take any villain type on any reality show. Lean into that a little bit. I was on a show with a guy who's a wrestler now, and he was kind of like the bad guy.
Was he the one that Jordan chest bumped?
That was a different guy. But again, I don't mean to bring it up. I'm just saying, like, if you lean into that, you could capitalize. Not saying she kind of did with the chicken of the sea thing. She leaned into that, and now look at her. It just, you evolve into something else. But lean into it. Doesn't always have to be a bad thing.
You need to lean into it?
Yeah, lean into it.
That's like, what's the name? A book called Lean In. All about, never mind. Go ahead.
Good luck, Erica.
It also comes at a cost because we can look at this and the fact that, obviously her Jessica Simpson empire. I mean, I just bought a pair of Jessica Simpson shoes yesterday.
They're good. Let's be honest.
Yeah, they're comfortable and they're cute. So, yeah, but the idea that she had an empire and now it's worth $1 billion or whatever those numbers are, yes, she's a success story. But let's not forget that it was not an easy road for her, and she was the object of very public scrutiny at a very young age. It's a miracle that her issues with substance abuse that she's been very open about didn't claim her life. Right. So she went through it in order to get to the other side. And I think sometimes it's very difficult, especially when you're a first. And Jessica Simpson was a first. Reality TV was not reality TV when she started. Like she was a pioneer of reality television. She was a pioneer for, a role like this and a pioneer for parlaying this into something else. And those are not easy tracks to put down. So I think it's really nice that we can look at it and be like, but look at her now. But there was a cost to all of that.
And there still is. I go on her Instagram. I follow her, but I always check out the comments because her fans are brutal. Like, I don't even want to call them fans. I would say the majority of her comments are talking about the cadence of her voice because of perhaps, I'm not a clinician, but medication she might be on recovering from substance abuse, or her body. Like, I've never seen people scrutinize a body more than on her page, or her lips, and it's heartbreaking. Like, she still is in that, Erica. Like, I think people still boil her down just to her physicality, and I can't imagine reading those comments every day. It would affect me.
Yeah.
So. All right, well, we love you, Jessica. Coming up on DBL, we're talking to the authors of the incredible book, Thread Collectors. They will be here live to tell us about this story of female strength and friendship.
Closed captioning provided by...
This is Daily Blast Live. We have fiery debate.
That's not true. Can I finish?
We tell heartfelt stories. We're so emotional over here. We talk to the stars.
Turn up the notch on that. Great research.
DBL is all new every day.
We're talking about Lean In. That book was Sheryl Sandberg.
You will hop in.
Hold on.
After she intros.
Yeah, you'll jump in.
Because you've
Okay.
got the first
Yep,
question.
yep.
Jeff, you have question 2.
Hold on.
You've written plenty of novels, but this is your first collaboration. Why did you want to partner up with Shauna?
Okay.
Erica, you have the third question to Shauna. You ladies started writing this book during 2020 after George Floyd's murder. Why then? Sam, your question. This is a book of fiction, but there are some true stories in it. What are they?
Yep.
And then Erica, you have question 5. Shauna, this is your first novel. Did this book strengthen your relationship with Allison? And then Lindsay, you'll bring us home with the question about how it helped them navigate relationships just in general.
Awesome.
Without
Perfect.
fighting.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Yeah.
Okay, I was
So what
saying,
were you saying?
Sheryl Sandberg
Oh, yeah.
wrote the book Lean In. And if you went to any of Michelle Obama's tours, on one of them, she stopped in New York and was saying, sometimes it's like, people write books like that, you can't just lean in and everything will be okay, like childcare, societal issues that are holding you back. So she's like, good for you for leaning in as a woman, but like that's not like the solution for many women. Right.
Yeah, I was
So that's how
kind
it
of
got a
going
lot of
like reality
pushback.
TV, like based on that. Not, you're talking about bigger
No, I
issues.
know, but I'm saying like when you said lean in, immediately I thought about that book because
okay.
I hadn't thought about it besides, empowerment book. But when Michelle Obama had said that, I was like, a couple people probably got offended by the fact that this Facebook COO is just like, I just lean in with my 5 nannies and my $1 million house.
Exactly.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, it's not
Totally,
that simple
totally.
sometimes.
Yeah, it's not reality.
To sort it out.
Yeah.
By leaning in.
Right.
I like the way that Shonda Rhimes in Year of Yes really talks about. I thought she did a really great job of threading like the average woman with.
Welcome back to DBL. It's an unforgettable story of female strength and friendship during America's darkest time, the Civil War. It's also a book that helped its 2 authors navigate difficult and sensitive present-day subjects. Please welcome to the show the authors of The Thread Collectors, Shauna Edwards and Allison Richmond. Thank you.
Okay, I'm so excited to have you guys on. Allison and I have been friends for years, and Shauna, I'm so proud of you guys for this book. So I read this book this summer, and I was so moved by it that I had to get you guys on the show to talk about it. So Shauna, I know you and Allison have known each other for years, but tell us about how your friendship started.
Oh, well, thank you for having us here. It started in the most unlikely of places, Las Vegas. I used to be a corporate lawyer, and I was at a very boring lawyers conference. Allison is married to a corporate lawyer. And we're all in this big ballroom, and I see this fabulous woman, this fiery redhead. She's standing by the bar, but she's letting every single man cut in front of her in line. And so right away, I knew she wasn't a lawyer because we battle for our drink. And then secondly, the woman, I'm like, you should go first. So I stomp over and I say to her, why are you letting every man cut you in line? And then also, I love your dress. So that's what started, basically, our love of dresses. But then I asked her, I said, you're not a lawyer. I can tell you're not a lawyer. And she told me that she was a writer, and I'm sure that my eyes got very wide. I studied literature in college, and the idea that someone can make a living just imagining stories, that to me was wild. So it's been 13 years now, and it's been a great friendship, and now we're co-authors together, so it's been an even greater friendship.
And speaking of that, Allison, you've written plenty of novels, but this is your first collaboration. Why did you want to partner up with Shauna?
Well, as you can see, Shauna is an incredibly dynamic, beautiful, intelligent woman, and she has amazing energy. She was a literature major in college, so our entire friendship has always been cemented around books. And I guess when we started dreaming about this book about 3 years ago, there was a lot of energy between us and a lot of things that I felt that she was already contributing. And so when we finally sat down to write the book, I found that instead of writing, which is normally such a solitary experience, it became this blending of 2 minds, 2 hearts, 2 spirits, trying to create something with, integrity and history, making history come alive. And as we went through the process of creating our characters, I was learning so much about her history, her culture, things that I didn't know about before. And I think one of the most poignant things that I experienced that was really life transforming was that, in history class, when you read about slavery, you read that an enslaved person wasn't allowed to learn how to read or to write or to get married. But I don't think it hits you in your heart until you're actually, for me, when I was creating these characters with Shauna and I saw all of the, I started to feel like our characters had all of these limitations. History came alive for me in a new way as well.
Wow. Well, Shauna, you ladies started writing this book during 2020 after George Floyd's murder. So why did you choose that time?
So to say that it was an important time to start writing the book, but a hard time to start writing the book is an understatement. Allison reached out to me and she said, do you remember the idea that we had first started talking about in 2017, this Civil War novel, 2 musicians meeting on the battlefield, one's Black, one's Jewish. And she said, I think now is the right time to write that book. Ooh, my first instinct was like, you're crazy, right? Because we're basically living in the most racially divisive time in our life. It's like your white girlfriend calls you up and you're like, hey, do you want to write a book about race? Like your first instinct is like, no, I actually don't. I want to pull the covers over my head. But I have to say, our first real writing day was Juneteenth, 2020. It just happened to be the first day I had off from work. We sat in Bryant Park and we started to dream, but we also started to make commitments to each other, that we would get past polite conversation. We would agree to be brutally honest with each other about our heritage, how we were feeling in the moment, and what we wanted this book to ultimately accomplish, right? We wanted it to be a hopeful book, but a real book. We don't want to diminish or whitewash anti-Semitism or racism, but at the same time, we want you to find bridges that connect. And to do that, we had to make sure that we were being honest and building those bridges in our own friendship. And I think we accomplished that. We're much better friends today than we ever could have been without this book.
Wow, I can't wait to read this book. We only have about a minute left. This book dives deep on some pretty difficult topics. What did it teach you on talking about sensitive subjects without fighting?
That's a great question. I think, every day in life, you're always managing your expectations with people who might think differently than you. Luckily, Shauna and I were always on the same page with this book. But I think you have to always speak your heart and what you feel is right. And if someone says something that is, incorrect or dangerous, you must speak out. But I certainly don't have any expectations that I'm going to convert anyone.
Oh my gosh, go ahead, sorry. I think we've got 20 seconds.
Simple. Yeah, assume that people are coming from a place where they need to learn as opposed to a place of bias. I'm just a lot more forgiving than I used to be, and I have real conversations.
Beautifully stated. DBL Nation, you got to pick up a copy of this powerful book. The Thread Collectors is available anywhere books are sold. We appreciate you. Thank you, ladies. Thanks for bringing them on, Lindsay.
Yes.
We'll be right back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Some of the images out of Florida this week have been hard to believe, and some you shouldn't believe. So let's look at some of the wildest viral posts we're seeing online, digging into the details using these sources. We're going to start with a classic hurricane hoax. Pictures like this one, this tweet showing a shark on a highway, or so it says. It's gotten nearly 45,000 retweets, 477,000 likes, and that's just this time around. Turns out that this is the same photo that was shared during at least 3 previous major hurricanes, but it turns out it's actually from a 2005 issue of Africa Geographic magazine. This photo spread right here, edited to look like it actually happened on an interstate. Okay, how about this video right here with more than 200,000 views showing people partying on a balcony, supposedly during Ian's lightning strikes.
Something's on fire!
Now, we were able to find exactly where this video was taken in Fort Myers, which is near where Hurricane Ian made landfall, but it's an old video posted to both Imager and TikTok months ago, not during the hurricane. And here's another video showing a massive seal scooting along the sidewalk, supposedly in Florida. More than 15 million people have watched this video, which was actually taken in 2020 in a coastal town in southern Chile. Don't worry, according to an Argentinian news outlet that reported the story at the time, the Chilean Navy and local community helped the seal get back to sea. Check out this photo of a flock of flamingos hanging out in a bathroom hunkered down for the storm. It turns out this one is real. The flamingos live at Sunken Gardens Park in St. Petersburg, Florida. They shared the photo from their official account to let people know the flamingos were having a hurricane party in the bathroom, eating, drinking, and dancing. Sounds like a good way to ride out a storm to me. If you have something you want us to verify, send it our way. With your Verify, I'm Abby Larico.
Welcome back. Have you guys heard about Camp Lejeune? It's a military training base in North Carolina, and unfortunately, anyone who lived or worked there may have been exposed to toxic water. This could cause serious health conditions. If you developed any of the following, attorneys with the Victims Justice Group are hoping to help. So to our viewers, if you or someone you know lived or worked on the base between 1953 and 1987, please call 800-793-9962. We'll be right back.
Promotional consideration is brought to you by
Lizzo makes history. Atlanta Housewife fans weren't feeling the finale, and Megan Thee Stallion is changing lives. In this week's What Erica's Watching. Now first, the Library of Congress invited Lizzo to play President James Madison's 200-year-old flute. It was a gift to the former president and survived the burning of Washington during the War of 1812. Take a look. Okay, sis, make history. Did she just twerk to sounds from the 1800s? And you know Madison is rolling in his grave, and I am here for it, okay? Here for it. Next, the Atlanta Housewives season 14 finale aired Sunday night, and fans are still throwing shade, saying it was pointless and could use two former peach holders to spice things up. Now, Nene Leakes was on that list, who has a rocky relationship with Bravo, and Portia Williams, who left the cast to be an actual housewife with her own spinoff. So hold on to your hats, because these ladies are known for snatching wigs and dragging divas. Megan Thee Stallion launched a website for her fans with mental health resources. It connects them with free therapy to prevent suicide and substance abuse, and tools to help them bounce back after a bad day. Yes, girl, you know I am all about a comeback. Share with me anything that catches your eye by using the hashtag DBL Erica Watch. We'll be right back.
During practically every big storm, people go viral, claiming or joking that they saw ocean animals swimming in the surge. We've told you before, photos like this one of a shark on a highway are fake. Well, now, after Hurricane Ian hit Florida, this video claimed to show a massive seal scooting along the sidewalk. The video has tens of thousands of retweets and more than 15 million views. So, is it real? Does this video show a seal in Florida during Hurricane Ian? Let's verify with these sources. Using RevEye, a reverse image search tool, we found this video was posted years ago, so it couldn't be from Florida right now. The video was actually taken in 2020 in a coastal town in southern Chile. It's a huge elephant seal, an animal that's native to that region. They don't typically venture inland, but this one did, and a local woman told her son to film it, according to an Argentinian news outlet that reported the story at the time. And the story has a happy ending. The Chilean Navy and local community helped the seal return to its home in the sea. So we can verify, no, this video of a seal is not from Florida during Hurricane Ian. With your Fast Fact, I'm Casey Decker.
Are you skeptical of headlines and what you see on social media? We are too. The Verify newsletter helps you distinguish between true and false information by answering your questions. It provides fast facts on trending topics, spotlights major stories, and even includes a daily fun fact for all those trivia buffs out there. Get Verify's Fast Facts delivered every weekday to your email inbox. Go to verifythis.com/email to check it out.
Welcome back to DBL. Remember the Ice Bucket Challenge from 8 years ago? Well, the viral challenge saw everyone from regular people to celebrities dump buckets of ice water on their heads. It raised $115 million for ALS research. $2 million of that has helped fund a drug that just got approved by the FDA. It could be a huge breakthrough because it's been shown to slow the progression of the disease where you have 5 years. That's what they tell you if you have ALS. So this amounted to something.
And we see so many stupid challenges. I'm so happy that this actually was productive.
Because you doubted this one.
Yeah, I think people did it for likes, not for the cause, but good. It's good that it paid off, yeah.
I know,
yeah.
I know. There's a lot of people out there suffering from ALS, so this is great news. DBL's new every day. We'll see you Monday. Same time, same place. Have a great weekend, everybody. Stay safe.
Where hope finds help. Where courage meets conviction. Where makers make fans. We are Tegna, a family of local and national media brands that bring us together serving the greater good of our communities. Where national know-how backs local business. Be in good company with Tegna.
This is Daily Blast Live, right here at this desk, 5 days a week. No topics are off limits. I think it's an okay conversation to have. We have fiery debate.
That's not true. Can I finish? You just got me all riled up.
We tell heartfelt stories. We're so emotional over here. We talk to the stars.
Turn up the notch on that. You on top of your game.
Thank you.
DBL is entertaining.
I was like in shock.
That's why we watch.
It's time to be a part of the DBL family. DBL is all new every day.